It is exactly 3:30, so we will start our standing committee on operations and finance today. Um, in attendance, we have all trustees with the exception of Trustee Leclerc, who is sending his regrets, and soon Trustee Mohammed gave regrets for this meeting, I believe, but will be joining later. We have Trustee Cook on the phone, and we have Trustee Nelson and Trustee Cheen, who are both running late for this meeting, but will be here joining us shortly. So with that, I'm going to move to approval of the agenda. But to do that, I need to call for nominations for a vice chair. Our chair, Leclerc, is away right now, and so that's why I'm up here. And as well as our normal procedure is to do trustee of the month, but trustee of the month is Trustee Cook, who's on the phone and can't be here in person. So with that, we're going to open it up for nominations for someone to join me and wrangle everybody through this meeting. So I'll open it up for nominations. Trustee Burgess, go ahead.
Trustee Cook first.
Oh, yes, Trustee Cook.
I was just going to nominate Trustee McKinley.
Okay. Trustee McKinley, do you accept? You don't have to accept. Are you into your mic? Do you want to accept?
I'll decline. Thank you very much, though, for the nomination.
Okay, thank you. And I will go to Trustee Burgess.
I'd like to nominate Trustee Hatfield, please.
Trustee Hatfield, do you accept? She says yes. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, Trustee Hatfield is acclaimed as a vice chair for this meeting. Thank you very much, Trustee Hatfield. All the trustees are on one side now, so we're I'll just look this way. Okay. Okay, so while Trustee Hatfield makes her way up here, we did have a couple of additions to the agenda. We have two delegations, F2 and F3, Aaron Roy, and then F3, Lindsay Non, and then also one speaker on the speakers list, so G1, Katie Casey on Spec Ed funding. Are there any, can I get a mover for approval of the agenda as amended? I'll do Trustee McKinley, Trustee Burgess. Any discussion on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor for approval of the agenda? And that carries. Okay, so on to declaration of conflict of interest. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Okay, seeing none. We move on to presentations. There are none, as our budget has already been presented several times by administration. So we will move over to delegations, and the first one up is Mario Spagnuolo. So if you want to make your way to the back, and I believe the mic is on, so you should be good to go. And you have 10 minutes. That will start when you begin speaking.
Okay. Good afternoon, trustees. Sounds good? Does it sound good? All right. My morning began with the following email. Dear Mario, I'm once again writing to you about concerns that we have in our kindergarten wing. And I know the school year is almost over, but I will just start by, this will all start again in the fall. I also know there's nothing that you can do with the situation in the immediate future. I just want to add my voice to the growing concern over public education. We have had a crazy business down in the kindergarten wing, especially for the last 3 years. Screaming, biting, hitting, rooms destroyed, and more screaming. Our students will sit at circle with their ears covered and say, can someone stop the crying? Today, both my literacy circle and my math circle were cut short because of very loud screaming. I understand that this is in the name of inclusion, which I think is which is great in a lot of circumstances. However, there needs to be some new plans in place on how to handle these situations when it's detrimental to the entire classroom of students. We have screaming through our circle times regularly. We have talked to our principal and have been told we need to be flexible, end our circle time if need be, and resume at a later time. It has been said that yes, they know the quality of education is decreasing constantly in these classrooms and that it's only going to get worse. So be prepared because more and more classrooms will have less and less support. After listening to this account, my question is to trustees, does this concern you? I can tell you that it bothers me. It bothers me on many levels, but it also gives me purpose, determination that as a local union leader representing 1,500 elementary teachers, we cannot let the status quo continue. Not without a fight, not without advocacy, not without calling out at every opportunity what is happening at the hands of our current provincial government. I'd like to thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to address you once again. And I also want to give credit to all of you who unanimously, I believe it was unanimously, supported option 1 last week. It was a bold decision and a risky one, but it was in the best interest of students, staff, and the Windsor-Essex community. I note, however, that elementary teachers remain concerned because even option 1 includes cuts to special education, and a path to potentially the dismantling of our current effective and robust special education program offered in our elementary schools. The reductions that I'm referring to are the 21 RISE and LST positions that have been eliminated in our K-8 schools and noted as a realignment. I must also inform trustees that there is currently a moratorium on students being IPRC'd into the RISE program. This means that even if parents and teachers believe RISE is the best placement for their child, and even if there is a space in the RISE program at their particular school, the board has directed their staff not to place a student in the program. This pause has been in place for much of the school year and will continue to be in place for next school year, from what I understand. This leaves educators and parents worried about what is the future of RISE. Will it be dissolved over time by starving it of the students that it could serve? These are some important questions that remain to be answered. Last week, several trustees made comments reflecting the provincial government's attempt to manufacture a crisis, underfund the system, and the importance of advocacy. There was a characterization that the decisions by trustees was a short-term victory, but it's the long term that must be the focus. Further, trustees pushed back on the idea that there is a structural issue with the board's budgeting, and instead that the current situation is a result of funding problem, not a spending problem. Another important nuance is the role of senior administration. Not for a second do I believe that our director, superintendents, managers, principals want to see further cuts to the frontline services in our schools. Educators have chosen this career because of their care about kids and wanting to make a difference in their lives. But I also know that administration is limited within their bureaucratic roles and the rules that surround them. Therefore, in analyzing what transpired last Wednesday, I don't see it as a dismissal of the work, effort, and thought put into the budgeting process, but rather a clear response to those providing the funding, and that's the provincial government. As local president of ETFO, I can agree to much of the rationale provided last week by trustees. And that is the reason why I'm here to speak to you. Along with myself is the local president of OSSTF, who will speak shortly. Last week you heard from other educators, and I know you've received feedback from parents. If there was ever a time to work together, now is it. We are proposing that trustees, educators, parents, the Home and School Association, GECPIC, groups from our SEAC, and students come together to create a Windsor-Essex coalition to push back against the current situation with our funding formula. To work together to advocate on behalf of our stakeholders in a united front. We should be inviting our local MPPs and the new education minister to meet with all stakeholders where they can hear firsthand our concerns and our solutions to improving our public education system. It's time to start a local movement. Public education has been pushed to a new reality that is unfair to our kids. The funding is causing chronic issues that can no longer be addressed at the local level. Let's call it for what it is. The provincial government is using trustees as their shield to continue to devalue our schools. And last week, trustees said, enough is enough. You said that to the provincial government that you won't be used as pawns to do the dirty work of Queen's Park. And if it means that the ministry takes the board over, so be it. Let our provincial elected officials be accountable for the slashing of essential services to students in need. Let our government MPPs, Mr. Dowie, Mr. Liardi, Mr. Jones, respond to parents whose children are on waiting lists. Let Premier Ford and Minister Smith sit with students in this area and tell them why they need to choose between high school tracks and textbooks, social workers and psychologists, and let them explain why educators are leaving either permanently or temporarily the classrooms that they love. Bold decisions take courage and foresight. And what I can assure you is that with your decision last week, you don't stand alone. You have your community, both within the board and outside the board, supporting you. When I reference outside the board, I'm not speaking about just within the borders of Windsor and Essex County, but I'm referring to school board trustees across the province, areas such as Peel, Ottawa, and Thames Valley, who are also struggling with the same budget deficits that you are. Your leadership is not going unnoticed across the province. As an observer of provincial politics, we have witnessed the Ford government change course on issues of grave importance when confronted with a united, cohesive, and persistent opposition. Last week, you planted the seed for this opposition. It is now up to all of us to grow it and to make it flourish so that the provincial government takes notice. In conclusion, the importance of your decision tonight on public education cannot be overstated. Our schools are the bedrock upon which our future stands, shaping minds, fostering creativity, and empowering students to reach their fullest potential. Investing in public education is not merely a choice. It is a moral imperative that ensures equal opportunity for all, regardless of background or circumstance. As we look ahead, let us commit ourselves to work together to enhance our schools and our children's experiences within the system. It's up to us, all of us, to safeguard and enhance our public education system, knowing that its strength is the measure for our collective commitment to justice, progress, and the well-being of generations to come. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm now open for any questions of clarification.
Thank you, Mario. Are there any questions from trustees for clarification? Sure, go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
I just want clarification on something. I heard you say there's been a moratorium on students who have been IPRC'd, and the suggestion is to enter into the RISE program. I know that IEPs have, there are a lot of kids that haven't met with IEPs, et cetera, but did you say that, IPRC'd? Like the huge assessment, like the...
So my understanding is, and I could be corrected, that if a child is going through struggles of Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 intervention, and regularly we would IPRC them into the RISE program, that has been put on pause this year during the current review that is taking place. And that pause has not been lifted yet. And I'm not sure when it will be lifted, if it will be lifted, but that is the current status. And I'll give you an example. I had a teacher contact me. They had a child where the parent wanted their child in the RISE program since January. There was a spot in the program. There were only 2 students or 3 students in the RISE program, either in the morning or the afternoon, and it was denied.
Okay. Any other questions for clarification? Sure, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you, Mario, for coming. Could you clarify for me, I think you alluded to anyway that all the stakeholders need to be involved in pushing back with this government, and I thought what you were saying was you thought that was happening, and I just want to know where the evidence is of that. Like I don't see that in the emails that I get from parents, that, for them, their focus is that the board has the full responsibility. So I don't know where the whole group of stakeholders are on this. And I thought you were saying that you thought that all stakeholders are ready to push back with this government.
So I would say that, yes, I think stakeholders are ready to push back on the government. I think that for a parent that is not involved in education, is just a parent that has a child in the system, they don't know who to go to. And I think once you explain to them the funding formula and that your hands are tied, they need to go to their local MPP. I'll give you an example. A few weeks ago, our local held a rally in front of Andrew Dowie's office. We had 3 or 4 parents who, I don't know how they found out that we were doing the rally at that time, but they were there. No connection to the union, really. And they were upset. Their children receive special education services. Yet last week during your board meeting, we had people reach out to us to say, what else can we do? And I think that's my message and it's not going to happen in a formal board meeting like this, but I think we do need to sit down as a community, similar to the Health Coalition advocating for public health care and the cuts that are happening there. We need to do that locally as well. And I think this is the opportunity to do it because this is not a struggle that just this board's dealing with. This is across the province. So when you connect the dots, we need to do something about it.
I agree. Thank you.
Thanks. Trustee Armstrong.
Did I hear you correctly that you said right at the beginning something about manufacturing a crisis?
The
Did I hear
government,
that?
absolutely.
Okay, can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, this is no different than the Harris years, where the government is trying to manufacture a crisis in public education, and it's textbook right-wing politics. Make it so that people don't want to use it anymore, and then offer a private system. And people are doing it. It's happening in our healthcare system before our eyes. We're now privatizing healthcare in the province of Ontario, little by little. And nobody in this room should think that education's off that agenda. It's a very, very strategic agenda, and we are all victims of it. So absolutely, they're trying to manufacture a crisis. There should be no crisis. We're in the province of Ontario. This government has money. They just don't have the political will to put that money and invest it in our kids.
Any further questions from trustees for clarification? No, seeing none. Thank you very much for coming. And with that, we will move on to our second delegation, Aaron Roy.
Thank you for having me speak today. So I'm Erin Roy from OSSTF. I'll be speaking as the district president. I hope I won't echo too many of Mario's comments, but you definitely will notice a theme for sure. So dear members of the board and to senior management and to everyone else in the room, as we approach the end of this school year, I think we first have to acknowledge the significant developments that have taken place. We've successfully resolved long expired collective agreements, and Director Housen has completed a year of leadership. However, amidst these achievements, we face budgetary challenges that require our attention. The current secondary teacher numbers have declined steadily in all but 2 of the 33 OSSTF districts, despite overall enrollment growth in Ontario. Recently, the board heard from PSSP regarding potential cuts to frontline services. While advocating for their livelihoods is challenging, it's even more distressing to consider the impacts on students if these cuts were to be implemented. Additionally, our OSSTF lease group faced reduced staffing levels due to the non-renewal of employment services contract, and our OSSTF ESS unit grapples with burnout, managing more unfilled vacancies days than fully staffed ones. As we navigate these complexities, we must remain vigilant in addressing the long-term sustainability of the educational system. So I want to break down some key points. So we know that the government has changed the name of the way that they fund things, the core education funding. So that's the former grants for student needs. Despite those changing, the underlying methodology remains largely consistent, even though it has consolidated many funding lines. Renaming things and shuffling portfolios doesn't change the facts, however, and it's a year-over-year funding shortfall. So for that total core education funding, you will hear the government say that the total core ed funding is a 2.7% increase over the 23-24 education funding. However, it's important to note that within that funding, there is a planning provision of $1.4 billion, which is not accessible to school boards. That provision accounts for 4.9% of the total core education funding. Enrollment and funding adjustments. So average daily enrollment is projected to grow across Ontario by about a percentage, about 0.4 in elementary and 1.7 in secondary. While adjusting for enrollment, education funding has only increased by 1.9%, while inflation is running at 2.6% as of March 2024. There are many discrepancies and challenges with this. You will hear the former Minister of Education claim that $745 million increase in education funding, along with hiring thousands of education workers, However, these numbers appear inconsistent, given the proposed cuts. Excluding the planning provision, there is a net decrease of 3% in education funding. Funding increases primarily relate to salary benchmarks, while non-salary components have fallen far behind, and we've heard many presentations about that in this boardroom. The impact on student funding, Ricardo Trahan from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternative highlights that after removing the planning provision and adjusting for inflation, Ontario is spending $1,500 less per student than in 2018-19. Trahan's calculations suggest that Ontario would have had 4,990 more teachers if funding had remained at 2018-19 levels, including only inflationary adjustments. So today I stand before you to address a critical issue, one that affects not only our schools, but also the very fabric of our society. As elected trustees, you bear the responsibility of representing our communities, ensuring that students receive the best possible education. With these funding shortfalls, the public education system is struggling to provide services to students, and the most at-risk students will suffer most greatly. So there's the dilemma: funding constraints and tough choices. If I imagine being in your shoes, faced with budget decisions that impact our schools, teachers, and students, trustees grapple with the delicate balance between maintaining services and navigating those financial limitations. How can a trustee knowingly vote for cuts to frontline student services? It's a painful choice, especially when those cuts stem from inadequate funding at the provincial level. So I think that we've taken a bold approach. Last week, trustees took a stand by recommending a deficit budget, one that draws from reserves, to drive home the urgency of our funding crisis. But it's not enough. We have to do more. We need to invite Doug Ford MPPs to our budget meetings. Let them witness firsthand the impact of funding cuts on our schools. Let them see the faces of students affected by those reduced services, or perhaps then they'll understand the gravity of the situation. There's an economic argument for investing in public education. The Conference Board of Canada study reveals a powerful truth. Every dollar invested in public education yields a return of $1.30. It's not just an expense, it's an investment in our collective future. When we divert funds away from education, we lose not only dollars, but also potential. Potential for economic growth, innovation, and a thriving society. We're at a crossroads. There's rumors of a snap election. Now it is our moment to speak out. We cannot afford to remain silent as frontline services erode year after year. If citizens vote in this government again, we risk perpetuating the same cycle: degraded services, weakened safety nets. Just look at healthcare. The consequences of long-term underfunding are evident. So we need to change the trajectory. Let's advocate for sustainable funding, robust staffing, and a world-class education system. We must demand it. In closing, my hope in speaking today is that we collectively be the voice that echoes through the halls of power. Let's fight for our students, our schools, and our shared future. Together, we can build a stronger, more resilient Ontario, one where education remains the great equalizer and the hope for so many. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for clarification from trustees? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Okay, and then we'll move along to our third delegation, Lindsay Nahn. Welcome, and you have 10 minutes, which will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Director, trustees, senior administration, and community members. I am here as a parent of 3 elementary-aged children enrolled in the Greater Essex County District School Board. I am also a proud secondary English teacher with the GECDSB. I would like to share some of the observations I have made both over the past 6 years of being a parent of school-aged children and as over 15 years as a classroom teacher. I hope to highlight the critical need for special education support and funding. Since my eldest child began junior kindergarten, my family has recognized and appreciated the wonderful teachers and support staff in our school. My children are currently all in mainstream classrooms. Each of their classrooms has an EA who is assigned to work with a specific student. Each of those EAs goes well above and beyond their job description every day, and as a result, all students benefit. In the past 2 years, we noticed our children coming home with stories of increasingly disruptive behavior in their classrooms. Last year, one of my children's classrooms experienced extreme behavioral disruptions from a fellow student that often resulted in students having to evacuate the classroom. Sometimes there would be several evacuations in a day, disrupting instructional time, as well as the focus and well-being of students, injecting feelings of uncertainty and anxiety into the classroom for many. When too often our dinnertime conversations turned into our child recounting the evacuation of the day, my husband reached out to the principal at the time to express our concern. The response he received was that everything was already being done to address these disruptions, with repeated reminders that every child deserves an education. My husband and I would never dispute this, but there were over 20 students in the room whose chance for an education was being disrupted on a daily basis. That is with an exceptional teacher and wonderful EA in the room. I can only imagine the disastrous consequences without their experience and dedication. I fear it will take a child getting seriously hurt at our board before the true severity of this situation is realized. After receiving multiple unsatisfactory responses regarding this situation, my husband began to think about alternatives to the public board. Multiple colleagues of his had enrolled their children in private school, one family noting that they regrettably left the GECDSB as they felt the focus had turned from effectively educating students to maintaining a bottom line. This colleague felt that while the quality of teaching was better in the GECDSB, his children received an overall more thorough education with focus on smaller class sizes and more individual support in the private system. My husband and I are both publicly educated and wholeheartedly believe in the transformative power of a properly funded public education. Although it is a luxury to have this option that many families do not, it would be a heartbreaking decision to remove our children from the wonderful, walkable community school in our neighborhood. They have developed meaningful relationships with staff and valuable friendships, and I am a member of our active Home and School Association. We care about engaging in our community and providing our children with a well-rounded public education. As a teacher, I also see what happens when students enter grade 9 with below-grade literacy skills. These students can be more difficult to engage and become discouraged, leading to poor attendance, therefore low achievement, a vicious cycle that is difficult to break. Literacy skills are the foundation to educational success. EQAO data from 2017-2018 shows that students who do not meet the grade 3 and grade 6 provincial reading standards are less likely to pass the OSSLT in grade 10, which is a requirement for graduation. This highlights that early intervention is crucial in supporting students who are struggling to read. Small group intervention, like the RISE program, is critical in boosting student morale and providing the skills needed to integrate into the mainstream classroom with confidence. I don't think it's a reach to state that students who feel overwhelmed and disengaged from their learning may also exhibit disruptive behaviors in the classroom as a coping measure. I believe it will be an eye-opening experience for many people to spend a day in an average classroom. I have heard discussion regarding the fear of a stigma around the RISE program. Although I truly do not think this is an issue at my children's school, we need to work on breaking down the stigma, not phasing out the program. It is unfortunate that one highly skilled classroom teacher could be expected to meet the diverse and complex needs of up to 30 students. No one wins in this situation. Students who require additional support may not receive as much assistance as they need, while students who could benefit from enrichment are increasingly unlikely to receive it. Directly following this meeting, I am attending my school's graduation ceremony. It is always a great joy to watch students I have taught walk across the stage. Many of these students have utilized supports in RISE or similar programs in the past, educational assistants, learning support teachers, attendance counselors, and more to get them to the point of graduation. These supports are difficult to measure, but vital to the success of so many students. Inclusion with appropriate support is the only effective way. If we are striving for true inclusion, it is not a cost-saving measure. In fact, it is more likely to be the opposite. True equity is not placing all students in the same situation and hoping they find a way to succeed. Equity is providing everyone with the unique and necessary supports they need to achieve the learning standard. I would like to thank the trustees for taking a strong stance on supporting students, especially our most vulnerable, at last Wednesday's budget meeting. I implore you to continue to protect these students as well as the quality of education for all students of the GECDSB by refusing to cut staff and programs who directly work with students, including RISE teachers and EAs. Our current provincial government is actively trying to disband public education with a severe lack of funding. By reducing the number of frontline supports in classrooms and the critical programming that helps students learn and thrive, we will be assisting them succeed in this dishonorable mission. I implore you to stand up to the underfunding of education and hold our government accountable for delivering their back to basics promises for education. I can't think of a more basic goal than ensuring every student has strong literacy skills, bolstering their success in education and beyond. I'll close with a conversation I had with my 10-year-old daughter on the drive home from last Wednesday's budget meeting. After attending the meeting, she understandably had many questions and was confused to hear that staff and programs that she recognizes have great value could be eliminated. I explained to her that in an ideal world, public education should act as a level playing field for all children, but in order to do that, appropriate funding must be advocated for, and we must have a provincial government that prioritizes education. Regardless of family dynamics, socioeconomic status, ethnicity, religion, and more, students all come to public school to be given equal opportunities and interact with caring adults. Please help keep public education an equalizing agent for all children in the GECDSB. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if you just want to stay there for one moment, do we have any questions of clarification from trustees? No, seeing none? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're finished our delegations, and so we'll go to our speakers list. There was one speaker, Katie Casey. You're welcome to come to the podium, and then you'll have 5 minutes when you start speaking.
Hello. Can everybody hear okay? Can you hear it from the microphone? Perfect. Thank you so much for having me here today. I am not nearly as well prepared as your previous speakers. I come today because I'm a parent of a little human who receives these supports, and I'm going to try to have as few feelings as possible because that's not so much fun in front of a boardroom. My daughter is 7, and when I was pregnant with her, she had a massive stroke in utero. So they told us she would never walk or talk. And to this day, she's followed by a complex neuro team. They can't tell us why she's so typically developing. She also has cerebral palsy, ventricular megaly, and chronic neurological pain, and just had a diagnosis of multiple learning disabilities and ADHD. We also learned this week that our small rural school is losing one of its 3 EAs. I am here today to share with you, I work at the University of Windsor, and I see the trajectory for kids who don't have the support that they need to equitable access to the classroom at a much further on level. I think that I also want to come to you today feeling collaborative because I understand that if you could all wave a magic wand and give us all that what we needed, you would do it. But my job is my kid. And so I'm here to share with you that my little human experiences chronic pain. That means she doesn't sleep often. So she gets intramuscular shots in London at LHSC to help manage her pain. And at the end of when those are wearing off, oftentimes it means that she doesn't sleep well, which means she's tired and she's irritable. And if we think about how she starts her day at a 50% of her battery that we start with 100, her ability to participate in the classroom, to learn in an equitable and accessible way with processing challenges and learning disabilities and chronic pain is incredibly diminished. A couple of weeks ago, our little human got frustrated during an activity, and she threw an item across the classroom and hit her teacher. And we came home and we talked about coping skills and what she could do differently. And we talked through scenarios and grounding exercises. And she went to school the next day and she apologized to her teacher, and she listed, without any direction, she listed all of the different ways that she could cope next time that she got frustrated. And I think that if my 7-year-old can come to school with chronic pain and a lack of sleep and a third of her brain space being black from a traumatic brain injury, then I think we as adults can come together to find a better solution than to just remove the EA from her school. She is not a disruptive kid in the sense that I know I've heard people speak about how we are at a place where our EAs are staunching the flow of disruptive behavior in the classroom. That incident was the one and only time in her whole career, and I think it was a piece of paper. But we know that there are kids that are flight risks, that are real risks of physical safety. And my kiddo, I fear, is going to be the one that slips through the cracks because her ability to have the support she needs to learn in an equitable way and have access to her classroom will not be there. I have nothing but nice things to say about my principal and our school. But in our meeting when we were talking about this issue, and I asked, so if the EA is not available to be in the classroom more often, what's the result? Because my little person will ask for help. We have worked tirelessly around coping skills to ask for help. But if there's nobody there to ask for help, what's the expectation? And the really deeply sad answer was that they had invested in walkie-talkies and were going to walkie-talkie the EA to my kiddo's classroom when she had escalated to a point where she needed to be de-escalated. And learning is not happening at that point. So I just think that if my 7-year-old can come up with creative solutions and learn from her mistakes and come to school, with all of that kind of stuff against her, I am hoping to become, for myself, more participatory. I was nervous to be here today. I hope that we can come to better solutions than just making cuts, because that's who it's affecting. Wow, that was well timed.
Thank you so much. It was almost like you had prepared that, but
I know, and I only knew about this meeting 3 hours ago, so.
thank you. Are there any questions from trustees? Sure, go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you very much for coming today and making your presentation. We don't normally spend time in a public meeting talking about the needs of a particular student or a particular child. But I would like to know, have you been told that your child support services are going to be withdrawn, and have you
No, they're not going to be withdrawn, but they will change. So we recently, we went through the process of paying for a private psych assessment for her. So she does have enough of a paper trail that, in theory, she will have support, it's, shared, but with the reduction of that EA and no real graduating of other needs leaving the school, it's my understanding that they're going to do their best. And I believe that my principal will. I believe they have the best of intentions, but they have to keep people safe on a physical level to start. So no, they haven't said it's going to be removed, and I do believe they're going to do their best with what they have, but you can't make something out of nothing.
Okay, because I just wouldn't want you at any point to feel that our school board is not responsive to your child's needs, and that I'm happy to hear that the principal is cooperative, but I know that the superintendent can also help if that becomes an issue, so I don't want to see it blow up into a big problem.
And, I think I really felt your question earlier about where is that collective body? My wife and I are very involved parents and good advocates, and it is just recently that I am learning where my voice is needed. I can say, I want to work collaboratively with the school board and the school system, because I think when we come at this place where it's parents and board, our kids lose. I want to be cooperative. I don't want to create a sense of tension. I just also have to note that that's the results at the very, in a grade 3 classroom, that's the results when these things happen.
Just want to make sure that you know that we do have a superintendent of
I do. Thank you.
special needs. So reach out to Superintendent Mills if you need to.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
And again, for clarification, thanks, ma'am, through you. Thank you for coming. You talked about a private assessment. We know that there's a long waiting list for all kinds of different assessments in our system, and that's part of our conundrum is to say if we cut them, where are they going to be met within other agencies, within the community, et cetera. But you talked about a psych assessment.
Yes.
And within our plans, we're also looking at, reduction of psychological services, et cetera. So can you give me, if it's not too pertinent of a question, impertinent, how much would a private psych assessment cost?
We have some minimal coverage, but the total cost is around $5,000, which I don't think would be super accessible to. It wasn't super accessible to our family, but we made it work.
Well, that's quite a barrier to a lot of families, isn't it? Who don't have extended health care or who don't have any kind of coverage or don't have savings or don't, yeah.
I often think about, I know there are some little people in my daughter's class that don't have official paperwork, and like what a privilege it is to be able to provide that paperwork for our kiddo, because not everybody has the means to do that. And as a parent, I can't imagine how terrible you would feel not being able to provide that for your kid. Must feel terrible.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming today
Thank
as well. Okay, and so that concludes our delegations and our speakers. And so we will move on to new business, which is item H1, approval of the 2024-2025 budget. But before I do that, I would like to comment on three things before I ask for a mover and a seconder for discussion. So firstly, I'd like to thank Superintendent Shelley Armstrong, Mr. Sean Mayhew, and Ms. Tammy Milosh, as well as the entire finance team. I know that this year has been very challenging between the Bill 124 remedy payments calculations, the substantial changes in funding structure from GSNs to core ed and responding to that quickly, and also this difficult budget preparation with very difficult decisions. We appreciate your thoughtful, meticulous, and diligent preparation that has been going on now since, let's say, January, but probably even prior to that. We know that it's not been easy, and I personally have appreciated the transparency with which this budget was brought forward, and we all share in this responsibility for ethical stewardship. So I want to say thank you very much on behalf of the Board of Trustees. So with that, I want to move on to a memo that was sent by Chair Hatfield and our chair of this committee, Trustee Leclerc, to trustees after our last special board meeting, just to kind of bring everyone else up to speed and then also remind trustees of the decisions that is before us today. So in that memo, Trustee Hatfield essentially outlined what are the next steps for our board now that we've made the decision to submit another deficit budget in excess of 1%. So for those in the public, boards are allowed to submit a deficit up to 1%. Anything above that has to be approved by the Ministry of Education. And because we've submitted, this now would be the second year that we are submitting in excess of 1%, we do need to submit an in-year deficit elimination plan alongside the proposed budget for approval by the Minister of Education. And it was relayed to us that the option that had been brought forward by administration, option 2 in our previous meeting, was that in-year deficit elimination plan from the previous year. And so at this moment in time, we have to also make a decision as the Board of Trustees of how we want to proceed with that in-year deficit elimination plan. And I know that there was some emails that have gone out, particularly a reminder of what that plan was last year. and some suggestions or thoughts around that. So that will likely be the crux of our discussion today. I think I'll just read from some of what Trustee Hatfield said. We need to demonstrate to the ministry through the required in-year deficit elimination plan that we are addressing the long-term financial sustainability of the board so that our proposed budget has a hope of being approved without ministry intervention. So we know that we are sitting in excess of 1% with this recommendation that's on the was not on the floor yet, that is being recommended based on the special board meeting from trustees. And so I would just ask in the same spirit of our last, speaker, that we would work collaboratively to work towards a consensus about what could go in that in-year deficit elimination plan. And we will hand that off to our administration, who has to turn that around fairly quickly to submit back to the ministry. So I just wanted to set the table for the meeting and what we have, the work in front of us. And with that, I've been advised that Superintendent Armstrong and Director Houston have prepared some answers to some of the questions that trustees also posed in between our last meeting and this budget meeting. So I believe I'll hand it off to Director Houston, who will answer some of the specific questions that were posed both in public, but then also some that were emailed. And then I will open it up for a mover and a seconder. Go ahead, Director Houston.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, and thank you to the trustees who did send some questions in advance. So there was some questions particularly related to teacher librarians and those positions. Those positions are funded through the ministry. We are funded for approximately 43 between elementary and secondary, and we are right on in terms of the FTE for funding. So it's not a funding issue, and that separately is funded by the ministry. So clearly the ministry as well as the board see those positions as a priority, since the ministry dedicates a specific line in core ed to support those. And as well, there was questions around allocating prep time for secondary teacher librarians, and that should be considered to be removed for them. That is specifically in their collective agreement that we must provide preparation time for them, just like any other secondary teacher, and elementary teachers have prep also. So we would be in direct violation of the collective agreement should we try to remove that. So wanted to clarify those pieces around the questions around teacher librarians. Some of the information, and I won't get into it in public, that was shared to me, I would believe is a performance issue, not a funding or a position issue. That should be addressed to the school principal. If someone has concerns over any staff member's performance, there's avenues to pursue that, but not through budget. The next questions that came through were around justice, inclusion, equity, and diversity, and some questions around funding. We have said previously that the ministry does not provide funding for us for a majority of the equity work that we do, but I think, I speak on behalf of myself and the senior team, it's important work that does need to be done, and that we try to embed it in all of the rest of the work that we do. And there was questions specifically around the removal of all of the GECDSB work that we're doing would save the board approximately $1.1 million. So just to give you what the makeup of that is so that you're really clear on it, we do have a teacher consultant of equity, and with their salary and benefits is approximately $126,000 that is not funded. We do have our Human Rights and Equity System Advisor, which is not funded by the ministry, with salary and benefits of $181,000. We are funded for one Black graduation coach. We are funded for 0.75 of a Create Your Future Advisor, and we have 5 of those. So that's just so that you have an idea of what the staffing makeup is. And then there is a line in your budget binder on page 22, which outlines for you in terms of supplies and services of approximately $560,000. And I don't want to list all of them, but I'll give you an idea of what that makeup is. So the Strings Project, which I think is very near and dear to many people's heart, is paid for through that. Our Black Educator Network, our Black Joy Conference, some of our summer camps, additional qualification subsidies for people, particularly with dismantling anti-Black racism, tutoring for specific marginalized groups of individuals. Our East sessions for staff also comes out of that $560,000. And as I said, those are just some examples of what we pay for out of that money. And again, it's not funded by the ministry, but it is a priority of the board. It's in our mission, it's in our vision, and it's in our strategic priorities. So senior administration has made the decision that that's where funding should be allocated for those types of things. And if that line in the budget was to be removed, that would remove all of the things that I just mentioned, nor would we be able to continue to do the work that we have committed to with our community in terms of the dismantling anti-Black racism, which we've shared before is a 5-year plan. There was also some questions from trustees around any newer initiatives should be explored and potentially should be stopped. I just want to make it clear that the board has not started any new initiatives, none. In fact, much to the chagrin of some principals, I put a pause on any new initiatives for this year until we had a handle on what we were doing. So no new initiatives or no new programs were started, and anything that was started was specifically funded directly through the ministry, so that would not be something that's unfunded. There was also questions from trustees around getting input from staff. If you referred to tab 5 and tab 6 in your budget binder that was provided to you, it clearly outlines that there was already an opportunity for staff to participate in the budget survey. We had 31% response rate from staff, which was 422 staff members of the overall participants. As well, there was about gathering student voice. We had 209 students, so that would be 15.5% of those that participated in the survey were for our students. And we had an increase of 107 respondents from previously. So I would say I feel confident that they were already given input, and going back and asking again at this point would be moot. And then I just want to say again, thank you for sending the questions in advance. It really helped us to meet together to discuss and provide appropriate responses for you.
Thank you, Director Houston. Anything to add, Superintendent Armstrong? No? Okay, great. I would like some direction from trustees. Would you prefer that we split this up into 3 separate motions for voting? Okay. So I will look for a mover for the first recommendation then. So if you bullet them out, the first one that the board approved the operating budget. Okay, I see Trustee McKinley. Can I get a seconder? Trustee Nelson? Okay. Any discussion on that motion? We've had a lot of discussion already in the last couple meetings around questions, but I'm just curious if there's any further from trustees. Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. So with that motion being on the floor, I guess I'm looking for an amendment. And my amendment would be that the line item on page 38, trustees, there's an amount there in the preliminary budget. It's not been broken out, like, by the different items, but I would like to make an amendment that the amount included for trustee professional development be reduced to 0 for the next 2 budget years.
Okay, that amendment was made and seconded by Trustee Buckler, and I'll let Trustee Hatfield speak to it.
Thank you. Yeah. I think that we have to lead by example, and all non-mandatory PD opportunities have been removed from the budget for staff members. And I think the budget is just left now with the required PD through our collective agreements and through ministry requirements. And I think that there are lots of opportunities for trustees to take advantage of opportunities online. And if we can't be sending our senior team to conferences and workshops because the budget's been reduced to zero. We now have our director who's attending code meetings online rather than attending in person. They've made sacrifices and cuts in their line items, and I think we should be doing the same. And I make it for 2 years because the second year is an election leading into an election, and we don't know which trustees will be running again or reelected. So I'm asking for that reduction for 2 budget years, this 24-25 and 25-26. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was moved and seconded. So just to be clear for trustees, it's on page 38. And it is a line item for 223,000, but for clarification, that wouldn't be the entire line item, but there would be a portion that we dedicate for trustees PD. So that would be something that we also cut. Okay, I'll let trustee McKinley speak to it.
I'm just wondering for clarification, when you say no PD, I understand that. I don't have a problem with that, except for our OPSPA director and our voting delegate. I do believe that they should not be excluded from going on to their meetings. I think is that a separate budget line you're talking about then?
Sure. Just to clarify on that front, OPSPA covers those expenses. Well, for the OPSPA director, but not for the voting delegate. Correct. Go ahead, trustee McKinley. Oh, sorry. I saw one trustee McKinley's hand first, and then I'll go to trustee Burgess.
I think it should include our voting delegate. We're voting for them. And until such a time as the same person is doing it, then, but as just an amendment to that it would allow for our voting delegate to obviously go if they're not covered under OPSPA.
Sure. I would just comment that I think the way that trustee Hatfield has worded it, non-mandatory PD, I think that covers for anything related to our commitment to OPSPA, in my view. Okay, so I think what we will do is because the motion has been put on the floor, like the original motion, we are now at amendments. We can vote individually on amendments if trustees bring them forward. So if there's any further, is there any further discussion on this amendment? Sure, go ahead, student trustee Pine.
Through you, Madam Chair, my only question would be, is the OSTA conferences
Kathy
for the incoming student
is now
trustees, is that
exiting.
included in not mandatory or mandatory?
I think that's to the mover. Is the student trustee, I guess, a part of that through their OSTA ACO conferences?
I don't see those claims, so I don't know if they're mandatory or not. I have no idea.
Sure, go ahead, Director Houston.
Through you, Madam Chair, that it would not be considered mandatory PD for them to attend.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Sure, trustee Burgess.
Well, it's difficult, and I don't want it to be inside ball. I think it's really important, not for optics only, but, we do have to show everybody has to take a cut here. I so value professional development, and the reason I can do my job is because of the professional development I've been privileged to take. Virtual, as everyone knows, is just doesn't make it the same. So I understand the sacrifice of everybody trying to make meetings and workshops and everything else, webinars, whatever, just virtually. We're going to get something, but not the same. Student trustees not attending OSTA ACO, they have one year and that's it. So that means that student trustees for the next 2 years would be bereft of any kind of interaction that is funded from this board for them to attend to meet any of their cohorts, any of them, to seek leadership. Greater Essex has a great tradition of leadership amongst OSTA ACO. OSTA ACO does great work. They do great research. They deliver great papers. Things make it into legislation through OSTA-ACO. I mean, I think we had a motion years ago that we become a member of OSTA-ACO. Not every board is, but we make a commitment. So I think it's particularly punitive to have that removed from student trustees because it's their one and only year generally. Every once in a while we get somebody who does it for a couple of years, but I think that that's not offering the proper support and collegiality and the kind of policy discussion and that committee work. OSTA-ACO will take care of some of the internal stuff, right? But to actually go to an OSTA-ACO conference, it's not covered. And this is inside ball, but I also want to say that as far as the OPSPA stuff goes, OPSPA doesn't pick up the board of directors meeting at the AGM. So it would be terrible to not, I think it would not be supportive of the fact that for our provincial rep, when we obviously have provincial advocacy, we're talking about political stuff, needed at our annual general meeting, which is particularly resolutions and most often of a political nature. That is an organizational meeting before the AGM and then post AGM, the first organizational meeting once OPSPA is reorganized with all of their things. So to not attend that as a director, ingoing, whether you're the director afterwards or whether you're seeking anything, also is not supportive of that level of political advocacy that I think we need to get. So I would say that that one is, while not mandatory, it's kind of absurd to appoint somebody to something where they can't even go to when they vote for, meaningful resolutions at a board of directors table twice during a conference. So I would say an exception to that. If there's an understanding, a consensus that OSTA-ACO support for student trustees over the next 2 years and for AGM attendance for board of directors, I would support that.
Clarification.
Thank you. I'm going to pass it off to Trustee Hatfield.
My motion was with regard to trustees. I had no mention of student trustees. Okay, so it was just 10 trustees, so $4,000 times 10. And I believe now that our own senior administration teams who sit on board of directors for provincial bodies have reduced that budget to zero if it's not paid for by the other organization. Am I correct on that?
Professional development for senior team is zero.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
For further
we're still on the amendment, yep.
So for further clarification, it's not the professional development part, it's the AGM part and the organizational meetings of board of directors. Attendance as a director is not paid for by OPSPA for one meeting only for a director, and that's the one that coincides with the AGM. So while not mandatory, you're not fulfilling your function. And if we go to where there's no alternate director, then that means there's no voice at the table twice around an AGM when important resolutions, passing up an organizational budget, major things happen. So I want that understood that I support that. If not, please let me know as the mover and supporter, because I won't support it. But otherwise, I think that this is something that we have to do. And student trustees, I understand that, but they are in law, so.
Thanks, Trustee Burgess. Okay, I'm going to call the question on this one. All those in support of the amendment to remove the line item for trustee, or the amount for trustee PD goes to zero for 2 years on page 38. All those in support? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and that carries. Thanks. Okay. Was there something you... Go ahead, Superintendent Armstrong.
Sorry, so I just want to clarify. It's $4,000 a year per trustee times 10 trustees, which is $40,000. Plus there's $2,000 for the chair's discretion. So we're talking now a total of $42,000 we are removing from the budget. and we're allowing the budget to carry forward for the student trustees PD.
Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Sorry, because we didn't have that breakdown in front of me, I didn't include the chair's discretion because that could cover the OPSPA things. So just that's what I was targeting, the 4 times 10. Sorry if I caused any confusion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any other points of discussion for the operating budget that is currently on the floor? Sure. Mr. Mayhew, would you do us a favor and recalculate the number on the spot? I'll give you a couple of minutes, but there might be others, so that's why I was going to scan. Okay. Maybe we'll do another quick scan, but we'll go to you at the end so we know the exact amount. Thank you. Sure, go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
Question. So, just to help me understand voting on the first part with regard to the operations budget. So, the financial accountability document, financial accountability in the education system, that the ministry asked the trustees to look at, says that a school board may still have a planned deficit for the year if all the following conditions apply. That the school board did not have a deficit in both of the last 2 fiscal years, and provides a plan to eliminate the deficit within a set timeline, and that the planned deficit is covered by a surplus from any prior year, and that there is less than a 1% deficit of the school's operating budget. So those are the legal requirements. So I'm just a little bit, I'm all for pushing this government to adequately finance education in the province of Ontario. I've been harping on that for over 30 years in my position as a trustee. And I've been a trustee through several conservative governments, through Liberal governments, through an NDP government. We've pushed back, we've advocated every single year that we passed a budget. And not once have I seen any of those political parties or any of those governments step up to the plate just because we're pushing back. I haven't seen, there's been changes, yes. There's never been full funding of the needs for our students.
Trustee Hatfield, can I ask for your question? Sorry.
So my question is, how do we achieve that?
I'm going to go to Superintendent Armstrong.
How do we meet the legal requirements? And how do we achieve that?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the board had a surplus for compliance purposes for the 22-23 school year, approximating $50,000-ish. We have a planned deficit that we fully anticipate we will realize for the 2023-24 school year. So we don't have the issue where we have a deficit in the preceding 2 years. So we're okay there. We have sufficient surplus at this time to cover the planned deficit for 24-25. We do need to submit a deficit elimination plan that outlines how we are going to address, how the board is going to address the planned deficit for 24-25. That needs to go with our budget to the Minister of Education, and it requires his approval.
As a point of clarification, Trustee Hatfield's behalf, so we meet 2 already, and then the last one is really about the deficit elimination plan. Okay, and so if we can come to some level of consensus today on what that plan will be that we're submitting, there is hope of approval of our budget, is what I'm hearing.
We can submit to the Ministry of Education. The deficit elimination plan requires the approval of trustees, so that needs to be submitted with the budget no later than June the 28th. It does not guarantee that we will be able to carry a 24-25 deficit in excess of 1%. That will be up to the Ministry of Education and the minister himself on whether he approves that based on what is submitted on the plan and whatever factors that they are looking both qualitatively and quantitatively for the board.
Are there any further questions or discussion items? Trustee Burgess.
Just to repeat, what would our accumulated surplus be reduced to if we?
So on that note, then, if there's no other further suggestions for amendments, we can move on to those calculations. But I'm just, well, we've made a slight change to it. But if Superintendent Armstrong or Mr. Mayhew wanted to.
Yeah, so the 532,000, 62,000, and 414 would now be 532,000, 22,000, 414. That decreases by $40,000. And the deficit, which was planned original motion of 6,419,834, would be reduced by $40,000 to 6,379,834.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for writing those down. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
So I don't feel that I'm in a position to vote. I'm going to abstain from the first part of the motion because I don't know what's being proposed for the deficit reduction. So to me, it's backwards. So I'm going to abstain from the vote that you're now going to take because I need to know what the board is proposing for the deficit elimination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'll quickly address that and say that I appreciate that for you that elimination plan comes hand in hand with the budget. I think the way that I'm viewing it is that we're saying that this is the budget that we're willing to put forward. And then the discussion after that will be how are we going to make it work and what are the in-year deficit elimination plan that we want to pursue. So I feel comfortable taking this vote in advance of what will be the third motion in the new business. Go ahead, Trustee McKinley.
I'll keep it brief. I will support this motion, and for the reasons that I gave at the previous two meetings. So people are welcome to go back and hear what I had said at those previous two meetings. But I will support this for sure. Thank you. With, reservation. We have tough times, but I'm sure we'll get through these. We have excellent support in our business department.
One more time, any final discussion or comments on the motion on the floor? Okay, seeing none, I'll just give a quick comment then. Again, I'd like to thank our administration and thank you for being on your toes with any questions that are being asked of you on the spot. I am going to be supporting this budget, knowing that there is a risk for approval by the Ministry of Education. I think all trustees are aware of that. That has been made very clear over the last several weeks. And I think this is a budget where our administration has been prudent and thoughtful and cut everywhere that we could, and we're kind of stopping at that line and saying this is enough. And to Trustee Leclerc's point at our last meeting, he mentioned it's a short-term win. I don't know if it's a short-term win. I think in some ways we're kicking the can down the road. And I think it will be incumbent upon all of us to continue advocating for funding because it has been shown on multiple times that the per pupil funding amounts have gone down over the last several years. And there's a lot of data and research about that has been put out in the media. So I think that this is Greater Essex saying, here's the line. And I think that we can all come together, hopefully in several minutes from now at our in-year deficit elimination plan discussion about maybe what are some of the areas we can consider as we move forward. I do see one more hand. Sure, go ahead, Kathy, or Trustee Cook. Okay, asking for a recorded vote. Okay, so with that, I will call the vote. I will go around the room. I'll start. I'll start on this side. I haven't had to do a recorded vote in a while. So, okay. So I will read it out. That the board approve an operating budget of $532 million. Okay, I knew I was going to get it wrong because it's up there. $532,022,414 for the fiscal period starting September 1st, 2024 to August 31st, 2025, resulting in a deficit for purposes of the Ministry of Education compliance calculation of $6,379,834. I would approximate that is, did I say that correctly? Yes, okay. I just saw Sean furrow his eyebrows, which would be approximately 1.4%, but probably a little bit less now because of our part of our amendment. It's probably still around that amount. So I will start with Trustee Cheen on the vote.
Support.
Trustee Cook?
Support.
Trustee Nelson?
Support.
Trustee Hatfield?
Abstain.
Trustee McKinley?
Support.
Trustee Burgess?
Support, ma'am.
Trustee Armstrong?
Support.
Trustee Buckler?
Support.
And Student Trustee Pine?
Support.
Okay, and I support as well. That carries. Okay, so we will move on to the second paragraph, which will be our second motion, that the board approve a capital budget of $56,531,217 for the fiscal year period of September 2024 to August 31st, 2025. Okay, Trustee Hatfield will move that. Any other? Trustee McKinley seconded. Any discussion on the capital budget? Okay, seeing none, I will call that to vote. Do we want to do a recorded vote again? I'm seeing yes. Okay, I'll start with you, Trustee Cheen.
Support.
Trustee Cook? Trustee Nelson?
Support.
Trustee Hatfield?
Support.
Trustee McKinley?
Support.
Trustee Burgess?
Support.
Trustee Armstrong?
Support.
Trustee Buckler?
Support.
And Student Trustee Pine?
Support.
Thank you, and I also support that carries. And lastly, that the board approve the in-year deficit elimination plan as presented in section 9.2 of the 2024-2025 draft budget. And for those following along at home, that is on page 79 of our budget package. And currently it's blank. There are no items in it. And so as the memo from Trustee Hatfield went out a few days ago, there was a second one that came from our in-year deficit elimination plan from last year, and it was made. The suggestion was made that perhaps that is a starting point, that we would submit that to the ministry. Can we assume that by consensus that can be a starting point for this discussion? So that in-year deficit elimination plan would be the starting point for this document. Go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
So just so I understand, so like that plan for 2023-24, are you suggesting that become our plan for 24-25?
I'm suggesting that we carry that forward by consensus as a starting point, and then if there are other items that trustees would like to add right now, but that would be the starting point, yes.
Okay, I'm just confused because that's already been accepted by the ministry, so I don't know how that gets to be carried forward. I just need someone to explain that.
Can I look to administration maybe for clarification? How would that go over? I don't know if Super or Director House wanted to.
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, I would believe you are writing a brand new in-year deficit elimination plan addressing specifically the $6.3 million deficit and how we're going to either increase or decrease revenues and expenditures over 24 over 25, 26, and 26, 27.
I would still suggest that we use that as a starting point, but if that's not by consensus, then we can start by trustees moving forward. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
We were given several options that we have not chosen, but out of the list, there were some items there that were listed, and on careful and painful reflection, I'm wondering the outdoor ed. I think that's Fighting Island. I would like to know the line that included. It's a precious program. I mentioned this. The elimination of something like that is not something I take lightly. I mean, having been there for the creation of it, having BASF as our partners, seeing it pause through the pandemic, seeing that the kids that
Sure, Trustee Burgess, just to not to cut you off, but I think what I'm looking for from trustees is suggestion that would become an amendment, so then it would be moved and seconded before you speak to it. So if you're moving that as something to include in your deficit elimination plan for next year, then it would need to be seconded, and then we'll discuss.
Okay, so it's a bit of a circular thing. It's a discussion. You're looking for things. I'm trying to figure it. I don't have a little Post-it note next to it. I had it on my list. I don't know how much it is. Otherwise, I would put a motion forward with an exact amount. So I need a little direction before that motion comes.
Sure. Are you looking to a question then for administration?
I think that's what I'm looking for, is a question to administration what the amount is, unless I can just name the program and we can scramble to find out what it is. But I believe there were 2 employees attached to it, plus whatever costs associated with the program.
Okay, so I'm going to turn that over to administration to comment on. You might not have the specifics in front of you, but that would, again, we can make this broad. It doesn't have to be specific.
I'm making it specific.
But before you go, I'm going to ask administration.
I'll try. Through you, Madam Chair, and probably Mr. Mayhew has more direct numbers. It's 2 teachers. That's so I would say that's probably 130, 140, probably a little bit more than that with benefits that you would be removing from the program. It wouldn't prevent students or preclude students from going to Fighting Island as a field trip, but we would no longer be able to do the work of the climate action and things like that in those assemblies in schools. So that's what that would eliminate.
So, Director Houston?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's approximately $300,000.
Thank you. And I'd like to, but just before you go to Trustee Armstrong, I'd like to just remind trustees that the in-year deficit elimination plan, and this was in consultation with Director Houston. I didn't speak directly to Superintendent Armstrong today, but my understanding is that it doesn't have to be specifics for the following year. It can be broad items. For example, as we had last year, which was review our special education program. And I understand that that's not necessarily the direction that our board has chosen to go in this budget, but we can include that as part of the plan, and then those recommendations would come forward again. So it's actually not, I would argue that we could still include that as part of our plan for next year as an example. So I'm not necessarily looking for trustees to give specific line items of how exactly, but I think, and maybe Director Houston wants to comment on this, in our conversation that we had, it can be broader items, which is why I suggested last year's plan as a starting point. Go ahead. Or sorry, I'm putting you on the spot, Director Houston, but I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
No, through you, Madam Chair. So there does have to be a starting point for decisions to be made, and you were clear that we did bring forward our recommendations that weren't supported. So now those decisions need to be made because we can't submit a budget without them. So if it is a review of special education as an example, I'm not saying that's a given, but if that is it, then that would go in the plan. If outdoor education is, if A is, if B is, whatever those decisions are. And to Trustee Burgess, who said there was stuff provided to you as recommendations from senior administration, I would ask that you go back and look at that list, just as Trustee Burgess has already done.
Thank you. I will go to, I saw Trustee Armstrong first, and then McKinley, and then Buckler.
And just a question on that outdoor ed position. If it was put on hold rather than eliminated or whatever, it can come back should things change, correct? Or is it just dismantled forever sort of thing? Is it put on hold? What are we talking about here?
Just as a reminder, before I go to Superintendent Armstrong, this is not for this year's budget. This is a recommendation for how we would eliminate our deficit in the future. So I will go, okay, Director Houston, sorry.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would say that nothing would ever be eliminated forever. We always look at programs that we offer, what's working, what's not working. If there's no funding for it, to look to re-add it back in, I personally would say we wouldn't do that. If there was funding available for it in the future, then if that was a priority, we would definitely consider that.
Okay, I will go to Trustee McKinley. And
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I believe I read at some point on one of those elimination deficit plans, something around review of French immersion, IB, all of, have those reviews been completed, or are that still ongoing that could then be put on the elimination list again?
Director
Madam Chair, so I think I've said several times that we always do program reviews. So those consistently are ongoing. Some of the French immersion has been done. We as a senior team have looked at the costs associated with IB. However, I would caution that there are some students involved in both of those programs, but we are working with Watson and Associates specifically around the French immersion and boundaries and what does that look like in terms of English, French immersion, and dual track schools. So we'll continue to work with them on that in right sizing.
So then that could be added to this upcoming deficit.
all trustees are welcome to put forward amendments for this plan. So if that's something you would like to do, Trustee McKinley, you can do that. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Buckler.
She got one of mine with the IB program. I'm reviewing that. What about the international students program? I'm wondering how well that has been serving us.
Through you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Mayo, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You would be eliminating a program that actually generates revenue for us.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm looking to trustees. So I pulled up the original from the 2023-2024, and I'm just going to read them out. And the reason why I suggested this as a starting point, and based on Director Houston's response, there's still ongoing work happening in these. So I think some of these items do carry forward. Review program delivery and boundaries of French immersion, review transportation operator agreements, review in detail all non-salary budgeted expenses. That has been done to, I guess, for this year's budget, conduct school boundary reviews, implement climate action efficiencies to reduce expenses such as utilities. We had a big update on that, I believe, in March or April. And then it says total reductions in 2024-2025 from projects specified above. So there was an estimate there. Now, I ask trustees if they have any of those specific items that they would like to add to the in-year deficit elimination plan, as well as any additional items such as the one Trustee Burgess brought forward. And then my hope is by consensus, all of those can be included in the plan. So I look to my colleagues for that. Trustee Hatfield.
So I see those things are already in our in-year deficit elimination plans that have been approved by the minister. So I'm going to go out on a big limb because I've never had to actually come up with a plan before. And I see where the targets are from the ministry. So if we want to get our budget approved, I'm going to suggest that our in-year deficit elimination plan include a review of all unfunded expenses?
Are you putting that forward as an amendment then?
Well, nobody else has put forward anything, and I don't know what to do, so sure, I'll put that forward.
Is there a seconder? Trustee Buckler. Okay. So Trustee Hatfield has put forward the motion review of all unfunded expenses as an item to include in our in your deficit elimination plan. Go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
So there's been a lot of, obviously, analysis of everything, and everything gets reviewed. How onerous is that to separate up the unfunded? And I'm thinking for the purpose being weighing its, what to keep, what not to keep, how to reduce, what to eliminate, that kind of thing. So how onerous is that? Because it's one thing to find out what it is. Is that doable, or do we need to actually be a bit more focused and say, rather than all, what was it?
Are you asking a question to administration?
To the mover. Not the mover, but the...
I'll direct that question to administration.
Yeah, to administration then. Yeah, of course, they have to answer.
So through you, Madam Chair, we already know everything that's unfunded because we get the funding. So we know where that comes from. So I don't want to speak on behalf of Mr. Mayu and Superintendent Armstrong, but we know what that information is so that it's not onerous. And we know, and I caution, that a majority of that, unfortunately, is positions. We've said that an abundant number of times, unfortunately, because that is the work that we do, is people. So other unfunded expenses are very minimal, if any. I just put that out there, that if that's what you're looking for, we are more than happy to do that. But the caution is that it will be people.
I will go to Trustee McKinley.
Just wondering if one of those items couldn't be increase in revenue. Should the provincial government choose to actually pay for the CPP and EI increases?
Trustee McKinley, I think it's a valid point, but we're on the amendment still, which is to review all unfunded expenses. So we need to come to a conclusion if we're including that or not. Sorry, go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand what review all unfunded, because we got a list of unfunded. We have a number of how many. Administration obviously knows it because we know what the funding is, so we know what we choose to do that isn't funded. What we're asking for is the same thing as option 2 and 3 or whatever, but with the lines, each one associated with some amount, so that we can determine the weight of how effective, the bang for the buck of keeping this intact or not is. Like I know you can pick up the numbers. I want to know how are we going to make decisions or amend decisions on the weight of it if we don't want. I'm going to go back to like what I call option 2. What we called option 2. We obviously don't want all of that, but there might be something there or something that wasn't listed. How will we know? What are we looking for a review of?
I will just, before I turn that over to the mover, I just want to remind trustees that this is to happen next year. So it is my assumption that review would be a similar, I'll say, process or what happened this year, where admin brings forward a list of recommendations of unfunded, in this case, unfunded expenses. And we will determine it at that point. If I'm hearing you correctly, are you saying you want a list of all unfunded expenses and then you want trustees to wade through that? Or are you asking admin to bring forward within the unfunded expenses? If that's your question of clarification based on Trustee Hatfield's amendment.
In your deficit elimination plan means we're making choices of what areas to cut. which employees get their layoff notice, which families aren't as supported in certain areas, which areas that may align with our strategic priorities don't have any support to achieve. So I want, I guess, some direction on how it's going to be reviewed so that when we get a list that makes up the in your deficit elimination plan, that what kind of thought process has gone through to say, okay, this is the plan we're going to submit, and we're going to hit in some other areas, because I can't see how we're not going to have to make some choices.
Sure, I'll go to Trustee Hatfield for clarification.
So I'm looking at, I have in front of me the 2023-24 in your deficit elimination plan, and I have the revised elimination plan, deficit elimination plan, and I heard at the beginning that we can recommend as broadly as we want, and so I'm looking at these types of recommendations: revise program delivery and boundaries of French immersion, review transportation, review non-salary budgeted expenses, and more and more and more. So I'm thinking in those terms, what might get approved by the ministry in terms of really broad language. And I think we have targeted almost everything we can in our budget through these deficit elimination plans. So in my head, I'm trying to say, okay, what's left? So what's left are the unfunded expenses. So I put out a broad statement to review the unfunded expenses. And I mean, if the trustees can vote as they will, as they may determine, and then I'm open to whatever suggestions anybody else has. I don't know what else to put on the table.
Sure, thank you, Trustee Hatfield. Are there any further comments or discussion on this amendment before we vote on it to include it in your deficit elimination plan? It would just be review of all unfunded expenses, and that would be the line item on the plan. And it would be added to it, yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a quick comment. I think that this item is subtly or maybe directly highlighting the fact that we've cut everywhere else that we can, and that it highlights the fact that those unfunded expenses have to do, I think, with staff positions. And I think that if we want to go with this, we'll be faced with this same, conundrum, situation, however we want to describe it, unless there's a significant change at the provincial level. I think at this point, it's a risk. I mean, this whole budget is a risk for us. So in the absence of anything else, like concrete coming from trustees, I think it makes the most sense. So I will support it, and I guess we'll take our chances. I guess my last question before I call the vote would be to administration. What do you think the ministry will say to this suggestion?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So to clarify, that what's being proposed is that the 24-25 in-year deficit elimination plan include all of the items that are listed in 23-24 and add review of the unfunded expenses of the board.
And,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Outdoor education.
That one wasn't brought forward as a formal amendment.
Sorry.
Unless Trustee Burgess wanted to, but she was just asking questions. I think it was just Trustee Hatfield brought forward the review of all unfunded expenses.
Okay, so if you want me to be frank, I will be. I think that it lacks specificity. I'm not saying that right. We're not specific enough. I think the ministry is going to look at this and say that how does this actually adjust your cost structures? And so I think it's vague. I think that more likely than not, it will probably come back either to be more specific, or they may tell us to go back and do more work. But they will certainly increase the level of monitoring that we will be under from quarterly to something else. I don't know what that is.
Well, thank you for that. Any further comments or questions from trustees? Go ahead, Trustee McKinley.
Yeah, my comment is a lot like my previous ones. I find it is difficult having to still be making decisions on further cuts when we should be advocating for increased funding, especially the CPP, the EI, the sick days that we're not covered for, and transportation. The last I recall, we had an excellent efficiency rating for our transportation consortium. I'm not sure if they've had another one since, but I don't think we're being wasteful in any of those areas, but the government is choosing to withhold monies that would be making a significant difference for boards all across Ontario that are facing these same decisions. We shouldn't be having to cut things that will affect students because the provincial government doesn't want to cover the increases from the federal government on CPP and EI. Because if you took that 5.6 million away, we wouldn't be at 1%. We wouldn't be in this situation or conundrum at all, and we shouldn't be, and that's what really irritates me.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Houston and then Trustee Burgess.
Again, Superintendent Armstrong or Mr. May, who can correct me if I'm wrong. They have far more experience than I do in this area. And I appreciate that we continue to go back to CPP and EI and those types of things for the federal government. We've clearly articulated the number of unfunded positions that we have within the board. They are not going to give us the funding to pay for unfunded positions benefits. So they do give us the funding to cover the benefit costs for the funded positions. They don't give us the benefit costs to cover unfunded positions. So there's a reoccurring theme here.
Sure, go ahead, Trustee Hatfield, and then I'll call the question.
Okay, so what I see is an ugly choice. I don't like it, but I think the other alternative is to refuse to send a report. So that, of course, will fail. We've already been told that clearly by the accountability rules. So I think those are the choices. I think there's nothing else left to add to the list. So that's why I made that. Like I said, I was going out on a limb. I don't know what else to say. Nobody else suggested anything. So, you know, I mean, the reality is we have 800 unfunded positions. That's a lot. And I don't know where else we can go. We've listed everything else. So either we commit to a review of the unfunded expenses, or we're left with a blank report. So to me, those are our choices.
Okay, sure. So I'm going to call the question on this amendment. All those in support of Trustee Hatfield's amendment to a review of all unfunded expenses, and that would be added as a line item and submitted as part of our in-year deficit elimination plan. All those in support? Well, I'm adding it to it. Yeah, this isn't to vote on the whole thing. Just, okay, I see, and that carries. Okay. Okay, with that, so there's one thing that we've added, which is quite a large item. Are there any other specifics that trustees would like to add? I just want to note the time, and yes, and then I'm going to hopefully kind of keep us on track here. So go ahead, Trustee Burgess.
I just don't feel good about this.
So traditionally, with our budget submission, we give a political plea. I think that's what we're struggling with. I know that, it could be even easily dismissed. Oh, stop whining about the EI and CP. They're just not going to do it ever, ever, ever. So get over it. No, I think it's our political duty. When collective agreements are reached, we have a tripartite kind of thing. The banker, the provincial governments there, are agents to negotiate are there, and the unions are non-bargaining or whomever is there. But when we get bargaining, I'm just saying bargaining. So when we have that and we're not funded for what we collectively agree to, which means as an employer, we have to pay EI and CPP. Like, I don't want to point fingers anymore, but what does the federal government do with their employees? What does the provincial government do with their employees? What does the, other agencies that are publicly funded do with a raise in EI and CPP? If it's $5.6 million and we're trying to scramble for an in-year, deficit reduction thing, that's a chunk of change we need. So here's what are we going to put in the letter? And who we're going to copy? Because as an employer of thousands of employees, funded or not, we have to pay their EI and CPP. If that's not negotiable, there's no leverage there. So
Trustee Burgess, are you advocating for a letter by consensus to include that component as part of our advocacy?
The absurdity of it, and how punitive it is to say, oh yes, we all agree to this collective agreement, but we're not going to, you're going to have to get the 5.6 of the EI and CPP out of your other lines. Where do the other lines come from? It hurts families, it hurts kids, it hurts the classroom, it hurts, we have to lay people off because we can't make, it's an absurd choice we have before us, and it's a provincial one, and it's a federal one. So when we do our letter, please let's copy our local MPs, the opposition MPs that take into consideration labor or federal treasury items. I don't know. Same thing with our MPPs, and same thing. I'd like some inquiries on what is everybody else doing. To me, this is such easy, low-hanging fruit, and yes, it's a conundrum. It's a political item.
Thanks, Trustee Burgess. I'm going to turn over to Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. So for as long as I've been here, I've never allowed a budget to go out without our letter of protest, and I don't feel any different right now. I think our community, our school communities, our parents need to rise up, say we're mad as hell and we're not going to take it anymore when it comes to underfunding public education. So I would like to be a little bit more specific on the areas that should go in this letter. And I understand the point about the shortfall in the CPP, the employment insurance, the statutory benefits. I understand the point about they're not going to fund us for the unfunded positions. However, there's another area, and that is the amount the school boards have to pay for short-term supply teachers, and that gets into a huge expense where there's also statutory benefits that come into play for those additional expenses. So it's still valid in that regard. Transportation costs, the funding level on that is just plain ridiculous. And just the inflationary adjustments that they don't consider, that's blatant. And then for more than 30 years, we've always made very strong statements about the underfunding of special education. And I think last year's letter was very lengthy and very detailed in that regard. And again, I wouldn't like to see any budget go out without, again, that piece of advocacy. But really, school communities, parents need to rise up They really, really do. We can't do this alone. We try. And in the past, couple years that I've been chair, it comes up at every discussion with the minister. I don't see any changes coming forth, and people need to rise up and not just expect it all to happen from 10 trustees or all the trustees across the province, because we all have the same message, but I'm not seeing a lot of success. So I wholeheartedly support that letter.
Thanks, Trustee Hatfield. They made a list. I think it was Trustee McKinley and then Trustee Buckler for comments on the main motion for the in-year deficit elimination plan.
I was actually just going to speak to that letter as part of that. I fully support it. I highlighted all of those areas the last time we had a meeting. OPSPA and Code also highlight those areas as inadequate funding. And I'm not sure if we generally send that letter by email, but perhaps we need to send it on some big blue paper so it catches their attention and doesn't just get discarded. But
sure, go ahead, Trustee Hatfield.
I can say that we've always had a response. We always thank you for your letter. Always. They see it.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee Buckler.
I would just like mental health issues added to that letter, please, because we were looking at social workers, and we should not be looking at social workers. The mental health issues coming into our buildings now are beyond what we can handle already.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further comments on the main motion? And then also, I recognize there's been a letter being sent by consensus in addition to the in-year deficit elimination plan. Any further comments? Sure, go ahead, Trustee Chin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, I'm not sure if it fits here. I wonder if we can get more flexibility regarding the packaged funding that came to our board. And we know that we have over 1 million for indigenous, area. And I wonder if we can do more things on that money, because I think it's huge amount. And I wonder if we can ask for more flexibility on using this. Thank you.
Are you asking if you want to include in the letter that we advocate for flexibility within funding envelopes, like that language
yes,
specifically?
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay, and then I'll go to Director Howson to comment on the specific funding as well.
So through you, Madam Chair, I was going to just say that funding is specifically enveloped, but you've clarified that Trustee Chin is asking for in the letter to be that it's more flexible.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Chin, if we include in the letter flexibility for funding envelopes, does that satisfy your request?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So by consensus, we would include EI and CPP, amount for short-term supply teachers, transportation costs, inflationary adjustments, underfunding for special education, mental health supports, and flexibility for funding envelopes as part of our letter to the provincial government. Okay, so there's no consent for the last one, so I will. No, I think at this point there's no consensus, and so we will leave it off. Okay. Any further discussion on the main motion? Which is, okay, I will read out the main motion and then I will take a recorded vote for trustees, so that it is that the board approve the in-year deficit elimination plan as presented in section 9.2 of the 2024-2025 draft budget. The starting point being the previous year's elimination budget, and then it is the amendment that was made to be added to that plan was review of all unfunded expenses that was approved by trustees. And so with that, I will call the question. Trustee Chin.
Support.
Trustee Cook.
Support.
Trustee Nelson.
Support.
Trustee Hatfield. Support. Trustee McKinley.
Support.
Trustee Burgess.
Support.
Trustee Armstrong.
Support.
Trustee Buckler,
Support.
and Student Trustee Pine.
Support.
And that carries. Thanks, everyone. With that, I will adjourn, and we will convene into a special public board meeting to specifically approve the budget. So I'll hand it over to Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is a special public board meeting, and with attendance, we have regrets from Trustee Leclerc, who's been called away. Approval of the agenda. Motion. Trustee Sippler, Trustee McKinley, all those in support.
As amended, because some of those motions have amended. Is that accurate? Yeah, as amended.
As amended. Declaration of conflict of interest for this meeting. Did I miss something?
Attendance student trustee Sarum.
Oh,
Just noting. It's the same, but
sorry.
just to note it.
Sorry. Student trustee Mohammed is absent. But he had sent regrets about exams. New business is the approval of the 2024-2025 budget, and I'm going to split it for voting as we did in the committee meeting. So the first recommendation has been amended so that it's the operating budget of $532,022,414 for, and the deficit is $6,379,834. So I have a mover, Trustee McKinley, Trustee Buckler. All those in support? It's carried. The capital budget is printed. Moved by Trustee Burgess, supported by Trustee Sipcar. All those in support? That's carried. And the in-year deficit elimination plan as amended in the committee meeting. Trustee Buckler, Trustee McKinley, all those in support? That's carried as well. Thank you very much. That adjourns our special meeting, and I'll now call to session our public meeting. Just stay there. Just stay there.
So
Just
for
give me a
those
minute to get my other papers.
at home, we're switching to the other blue paper.
Yeah, just stay there. Yeah. So I'm going to right on time, 5:30. Do you want me to wait 3 minutes? What's my time?
5:27.
Yeah. Our public session meeting is scheduled for 5:30. We're 3 minutes to go. Okay. 3 minutes. Then I'm going to call the meeting to order. Thank you. So this is the public session meeting, Tuesday, June 18th. For attendance, Trustee Leclerc has been called out of town, wasn't able to attend. A motion for approval of the agenda. Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Nelson, all those in support? It's carried. Motion to convene to private session, Trustee Nelson, Trustee McKinley, all those in support? It's carried. Okay, thank you very much. We're now recessed to private session. Welcome everyone to our public session meeting. We did begin at 5:30 tonight. I'll just remind you of our attendance. Trustee Leclerc got called away and couldn't be here tonight. No one's on the phone, and Trustee Chin was here earlier, but she's gone for a while, and she's going to try and join us by phone later. And we did approve the agenda, and then we convened to private session, and now we're back out at the public session. And I would invite Trustee Nelson to give us the land acknowledgement tonight.
Thank you. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water, originally inhabited by Indigenous people who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ojibwe, the Ottawa, and the Potawatomi, and Huron-Wendat peoples. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with First Nations, Innu, and Métis.
Thank you very much. I now call on the Director for Special Orders of the Day, and I would ask everyone to please stand.
I attribute to Alex Wilson. The unexpected passing of Alex on June 3rd, 2024, shocked and saddened his beloved community of the King Edward Public School. Alex was a longtime custodian with the Greater Essex County District School Board, consistently demonstrating dedication and pride in his work. He was always just a call away from lending a helping hand, and he was meticulous in his work. Throughout the course of any workday, Alex shared small moments with members of the staff, sometimes a laugh, often picking up a coffee for colleagues on any of his Timmy's runs. He's always establishing personal connections that he had with everybody. While Alex worked the day shift, he was no stranger to coming in very early to make sure that he did every part of his job thoroughly. He took great pride in his work, and it showed. Outside of school, Alex enjoyed spending time with his loving stepchildren, golfing with friends, meeting with his buddies at Tim Hortons for a coffee, and cheering on the Detroit Red Wings and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Originally from Thunder Bay, Alex will return to the north for his final resting place. Please join me in a moment of silence. The Northwood School community is still grieving the tragic loss of Robin Matt. Robin was a consummate professional who strived to improve student knowledge and understanding in all facets of the curriculum. She taught using humor and kindness, and her lessons combined fun with learning every day. Students felt comfortable around Robin. She was approachable, she was empathetic, and her students always knew that they were well cared for. Robin had a remarkable ability to connect with every child and bring out their full potential. Former students remember her love of pickles. Each year she would hold a pickle day where students engaged in fun activities all related to pickles. Students would even bring in jars of pickles as gifts for her. Robin's kindness and sense of humor have made an impact on the lives of the many students who were lucky enough to have her and be in her class. Robin loved her family and was a devoted wife, a mother, and a grandmother. Robin's friendships and relationships were filled with laughter, fun, and love. Robin will forever be in the hearts of everybody who knew her, and her memory will be cherished. Robin touched the lives of so many, whether it be students, co-workers, or school staff. She will be tremendously missed. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Sorry, Director Houston. It's always a sad way to start our meetings. And on behalf of all the trustees, I would like to offer our condolences, sincere sympathy to the Wilson and Matt families. Thank you. I've also been asked to put out a reminder to everyone who's here in the room tonight that this is a business meeting of the board, and all discussions and materials shared during the meeting must be free of content, which is contrary to the Ontario Human Rights Code. That's an obligation of the trustees as well, and other laws of Ontario and Canada. All behavior must be courteous and respectful at all times. And a person whose behavior disrupts a meeting of our board, or whose remarks are felt to be offensive or inappropriate, will be called to order and given an immediate opportunity to withdraw the remarks, and refusal to do so may result in being asked to leave the meeting. So I ask that everyone keep that in mind, please, as we go through our agenda. So I'm looking for any declarations of conflict of interest for this agenda. Seeing none. Actions of the board meeting in private session. Trustee Nelson?
Yes, I'd like to move F1 and F2 if I have a second. By Trustee Sipkar, all in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes you have in your package, pages 1 to 19 from the board meeting of May 21st. If someone to move that, Trustee Buckler, supported by somebody. Trustee Sipkar. All those in support of adopting the minutes, that's carried. Thank you. Any business arising from the minutes? Anything unfinished that you'd like to ask about? Seeing none. Okay. Now we're moving on to student trustee presentations. Who's going first? Okay.
Hello, everybody. The student of the month for June is Yogaraj Dylan, a grade 11 student at Tecumseh Vista Academy, and an outstanding role model for the theme of leadership. Despite his family's arrival in Ontario just last year from Alberta, Yogaraj has made a massive impact on the life at Tecumseh Vista Academy. He's very involved in extracurricular activities, including the ethics team, debate team, and student parliament. Yogaraj doesn't just participate in these activities, however, he leads them. He takes on a big role in planning of events and acts as a mentor for younger students. An accomplished speaker, Yogaraj was the MC for the school band's holiday concert and culture fest. In fact, he played a large role in the week-long celebration, which was the biggest one in the school's history. Yogaraj spent over 100 hours leading his team in planning to celebrate the diversity at TVA. This year, Yogaraj won the Best Speaker Award at the University of Windsor's Odette School of Business debate tournament. He also placed third at Western University's ethics tournament and led his team to a third-place finish at the International Apocalypse Hackathon at Shopify's Toronto office. All Yogaraj needs is a time and date, and he will be there, helping his peers in any way he can, being the leader he has become. Congratulations, Yogaraj, on being selected by Student Senate as the June Student of the Month for Leadership. Come on up.
Congratulations from all the trustees. And do we have another part to the presentation? Okay.
Good evening, trustees, Director Houston, senior administration, and members of the public. Happy June. Tonight marks the last regular public board meeting of the 2023-24 school year, and it also is the last regular meeting that me and SARM will be in attendance for. So I wanted to recap all the amazing things that have taken place over the last year. So we're going to go through first a year in review, and then we have a wall of our Senate graduates and Student Senate's major awards. Starting in September, student trustees were invited to meet with Director Houston to discuss our new role and give us an update on what was happening around the board. She also joined our September Student Senate meeting, where she shared her back-to-school plan and asked us about our most pressing challenges in our school. So thank you to Director Houston for taking the time to meet with us. In late October, SARM and I attended OSTA-ACO's Fall General Meeting. SARM was elected Student Wellbeing Chair, and I was elected to the Western Regional Representative for Public Education. And up there we have Kathy Abrams, the president of OPSPA, who joined us, and then some student trustees who were there while Stephen Lecce spoke to us. November was a very busy month with our Student Leadership Conference, where our keynote speakers were our student leaders who shared personal stories about the importance of taking a risk and getting involved in your school community. Director Houston joined us to share her own leadership path and inspire the many student leaders in the GECDSB. It was very enjoyable and an educational event, and we are very thankful for Director Houston and all the students who contributed to the conference to make it happen. Also in November, I began a series of school visits to promote the role of student trustee, as well as provide some tips on how to transition to high school and let students know about all the leadership opportunities available to them. This was my favorite initiative of the year, as it was great to hear from students and inspire future leaders. In the month of December, Student Senate had an amazing idea to create an activity book and donate copies to Windsor Regional Hospital for children who were there over the holidays. Activities were created by all 13 high schools, and Michelle Marcus and I had the privilege of delivering them to the hospital, where staff were very grateful to receive them. In January, I joined Trustee Burgess, Trustee McKinley, and Director Houston at OPSPA's Public Education Symposium. The workshops were all well done and allowed for a lot of thought and reflection. I met new trustees from around the province and a keynote speaker, Mr. Steve Pakin. It was an honor to represent Greater Essex at this conference, and thank you to Director Houston for always supporting our professional development as student trustees. For Random Act of Kindness, I came to the board office during the PA Day in February to give everyone a sticky note with a small message on it. I was able to meet a lot of new people and spread some kindness, which is a key foundation for us at Greater Essex County District School Board. Also, the student trustee election took place on February 29th, and we had many exemplary candidates for the city and the county. But congratulations to Kiara Trikilovich for being elected county student trustee, and Tianyu Lin, who was elected as our city student trustee for the 2024-25 school year. Do you guys want to stand up? In April, we attended OSTA-ACO's Education Action Conference. I led several engaging activities with the Public Education Cabinet, including one on prioritization strategies and creating roadmaps to achieve goals. Annie Kidder also joined us and engaged in conversations about big issues affecting students. In May and June, myself, SARM, Kiara, and Tianyu attended OSTA-ACO's annual general meeting in late May. SARM and I participated in the outgoing sessions, while Kiara and Tianyu participated in the incoming sessions, which focused on building the skills they will need in their new role. I attended Kingsville Public Schools closing ceremony with my grandmother, who was actually a teacher at KPS for many years, and I got to tour around the building, and she showed me which classroom she had taught in, which was very exciting to see. I also was able to attend Kingsville District High School's closing ceremony and community event, and it was amazing end to the era for our Kingsville schools, and I wish all the students well who are attending our new schools in the fall of this year. Moving on, I really wanted to highlight, because we have a lot of Senate graduates this year, where they're going, some of the awards that they have received, and kind of get to celebrate all their accomplishments while they've been with us. So Grace Van Weingarten will be attending the University of Windsor for mechanical engineering, and she is specializing in aerospace, and she received the Dean's Renewable Entrance Scholarship for $10,000 and Elevate University of Windsor Female Engineering Award. Amin Eldala will be attending the University of Waterloo, where he will pursue health science, and he won the Horatio Alger Scholarship. Owen Smith will be going to Western University for nursing and has the Western Entrance Scholarship. David Kim will be studying at Huron at Western University for management and organizational studies with the advanced early opportunity to Ivy Business School for his third and final year. And he received the Helmuth Scholarship, which is all tuition paid at Huron. Faith Fredericks will be moving to Vancouver Island and will attend university in 2025. Medahan will be going to the University of Windsor in a double major in biochemistry and biomedical science. He received the Dean's Level Support, International Students Renewable Scholarship, and got the Study Insured International Student Scholarship from our school board. Ashlyn Beausoleil will attend St. Clair College for medical laboratory sciences. She received an entrance scholarship, a Learn and Stay grant, a SHISM scholarship, and a $500 Kelly England bursary. Megan Krause will attend Simon Fraser University for actuarial science. Diane Nguyen will go to Waterloo Cambridge campus for architecture and received a $2,000 President's Scholarship. Savannah Frieswick will go to St. Clair College for musical theater performance and received a $1,500 academic award, a $2,000 entrance award, and a $1,000 Run for Rocky Leadership Award. Abby Mickelson will attend the University of Guelph for International Development Studies with a co-op. Michaela Kelly will go to St. Clair College for Medical Laboratory Science. Hillary will be attending the University of Windsor in Business Administration Co-op and receive the L. Lumley Bursary. Yahya will be going to the University of Windsor for Astronomy and Astrophysics with the Waterloo Entrance Scholarship. Eleni will be going to St. Clair College for Collaborative Nursing Program and receive the St. Clair Entrance Scholarship and SHISM Scholarship. Christina will be attending the University of Western for Medical Science and receive the Bridge Scholarship and the Western Entrance Award. Emma Wheatley will be going to the University of Windsor for a Bachelor of Science in Nursing and receive the $10,000 Dean's Renewable Entrance Scholarship. I will be going to McMaster University for Integrated Business and Humanities. But I really just want to say congratulations to all of our graduates, whether that be elementary or secondary, for all of their accomplishments over the last many years, and to congratulate them as they move on to the next chapter of their lives. And I urge all of the students of the board to pursue your passions in every step, and remember to look back and take pride in all the hard work you do while you're here. So if I can get a round of applause for all of our graduates. Moving on, for our Student Senate Awards, so multiple people received awards, but I put in our 4 major awards. So Owen Smith received the Shooting Star Award at our final Senate meeting, and this was because of how dedicated he was to our Student Senate. He volunteered for many different things. He was always the first to arrive at our meeting and the last to leave. He even came early to our SLC to help set up and ran multiple activities, just spare at the moment. Oh yes, Owen's from Bell River. So our Wonder Woman Award goes to Emma Wheatley. She is our secretary for our Senate, but also she was always there to stand up and support us. She was the first one to have ideas to add to the table when we were going over something we wanted to pursue. And even when I was unable to be at a meeting, she stepped up and was our acting chair for the meeting and did a phenomenal job. Kinsey Kendrick received a Student Voice Award for always standing up and being ready to advocate for the student bodies, wherever that be, and we are super honored to give that to her. And our Student Senator of the Year Award went to Grace Allison from Tecumseh Vista. She was on every single committee, volunteered for several different jobs, was a keynote speaker. She led activities at our SLC. She did a ton of different work and was always there. She helped us to go over our Student Senate election, how it was going to run, and she did a lot of work, which we want to congratulate her with the Student Senator of the Year award. So getting back to it, it's been an honor to hold this position of student trustee this past year, and I've learned that passion is the most important characteristic a leader can have, and must have it to be effective in their role, and that empathy is our greatest asset. A leader must always be ready and willing to stand up to do what is right, no matter if it's hard. This position has meant the world to me, and I will look back fondly on what I have done for this role, and but most importantly, what this role has done for me. SARM and I would like to thank senior administration, my fellow trustees, Director Houston, Michelle Marcus, and so many more for their support, their guidance, and their compassion over this last year. And thank you to our Student Senate, most importantly, for all of their hard work and dedication. Without them, we would not have been able to achieve everything we have this year. Finally, thank you to the students, and the staff, and the parents and families in our GECDSB for your perseverance, resilience, and work ethic in proving why at Greater Essex County District School Board is the best school board in Ontario, in my biased opinion. But no matter where we all go in the future, we will remain #GECDSB proud. And I'd just like to look, that is the picture that was taken when me and SARM were elected way back over a year ago. A lot has changed, if you can tell. Not the best haircuts for either of us, but we're very happy. So thank you.
Before we officially sign off and we are done for the most part, I'd just like to say thank you to everyone. I'd like to tell you guys a little story. It'll be very, very short. But in 2015, in a small house in Karachi, Pakistan, my parents made a decision to move to Canada. In 2016, we landed here, me not knowing a single word of English. I came all this way, and I believe that that is a testament to the character of this board and its equity and all that it can do for students when you put the effort in. I believe that I wouldn't be here if I was at a different board, and I wouldn't even have the strength to even run in the first place. And the fact that I'm surrounded by all these great people who treated me with kindness and respect, and I'm very honored to be among you guys, and I'm very thankful that you guys treated me with so much kindness, love, and respect, despite me being a very annoying 16-year-old. I hope that I was able to reciprocate the kindness and respect and treat everybody with the dignity they deserve. And without further ado, I'll sign off with my final thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your remarks. And I have a few remarks to make as well before we sign off from this broadcast. So, student trustee Mohammed. So many times I've heard people ask you, so where are you going next year? Do you say, well, I'm going back to school. I'm only in grade 11. And I think that's amazing. And so he is going back to school next year, back to grade 12 at Vincent Massey Secondary School. He will continue in Massey's healthcare program and is considering which healthcare program he wishes to pursue at the post-secondary level. Next year, SRIM intends to continue his roles in Massey's DECA Business Club, the debate team, and enter the Canada-wide science fair. He has been accepted to a neurology internship that he is very excited to begin. He is also busy looking for a part-time job where he can apply the skills that he learned during his tenure as student trustee. However, he intends to focus on his academics and his university applications next year. So thank you for your service this year to a kid who came here not so long ago and couldn't speak English. You're amazing. Student trustee. Oh, okay. Student trustee Colin Fine. He is graduating. He's graduating with distinction from Essex District High School, where he completed the Business Specialist High Skills major. Colin will be moving away. He's going to be attending McMaster University in the fall, which I think is pretty exciting, where he will take integrated business and humanities. Colin received from his high school the Red Cord Award, marking over 2,000 hours of community service during his high school years. That's pretty amazing. He has also received a number of financial awards and scholarships totaling almost $12,000. Very well done. So thank you both for serving this past year as our student trustees. We wish you all the best and hope that you found the experience of providing student voice at the board table a rewarding endeavor. Thank you to both of you. And come on down. We have a token of our appreciation for both of you. And welcome to the new student trustees who will be joining us soon. We look forward to having you in those seats, and we're here to help you and support you in any way we can. Okay, moving on in our agenda, there are no delegations. We have 3 people signed up on our speakers list, and they've been reminded that they need to speak to the topics that they've signed up for. The first is Selena Hamilton. Ms. Hamilton has signed up to speak on the Ontario Education Services Corporation, Module 8, Conflict Management, Module 9, Community Engagement, and Module 10, Advocacy and Public Engagement, as they apply to current board performance when interfacing with the public. Ms. Hamilton, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, trustees, all in the gallery and online. Tonight I bring to you some information and thoughts about Trustee Professional Development Program found online at modules.ontarioschooltrustees.org. There are 21 modules offered by the Ontario Education Services Corporation, OESC. I would like to talk about 3. Module 8, Conflict Managing It Creatively, Module 9, Family and Community Engagement, and Module 10, Advocacy, Engaging the Public. First, let me read from the website. Module 8, Conflict Managing It Creatively. Conflict between the organization and its constituency. Sometimes the decisions of the board can be challenged by individuals or groups that are part of the board's constituency. This can arise whenever people become unhappy with specific budget or policy directions being undertaken by the board. Open communication with the public is critical to ensure that they can become informed about decisions and, wherever possible, the rationale behind the decisions. Boards should review their policies and bylaws related to community engagement on a regular basis. It is important for boards to be transparent and open, as well as perceived as transparent and open. Keep your friends close and your critics closer, is a quote by Sun Tzu. This is often a significant challenge for individuals and boards. It helps to recognize that your critics provide essential information that will help the board improve its services, supports, and processes. Module 9, Family and Community Engagement. Summary of strategies for community engagement. Be committed. A board of trustees should not simply view community engagement as one of its projects, but as a way of doing business. Be accountable. Let the community know that the board leadership is committed to engaging with them and be clear about roles and responsibilities for maintaining communication. Let the community know that their input makes a difference in outcomes and keep them informed of the progress in strategic planning efforts. Be transparent. Board information, business practices, and decision-making processes should be highly visible, easily accessible, and accountable and open to participation. Build trust. This means building or rebuilding relationships with constituent groups, including board staff, students, parents, volunteers, community members, and business leaders. Module 10, Advocacy, Engaging the Public. Why engage in advocacy? School board trustees are the elected spokespersons for education. They are engaged in their communities, knowing the interests of their constituents, and have established lines of communication that invite input and allow the trustee to share information about important issues affecting the board in particular and education in general. This strengthens the trustees' base for their advocacy role. School boards operate in a dynamic and lively environment, so often there are issues that require an advocacy approach. An important role of the trustee is to speak out on behalf of their constituents, to ensure that policymakers at the provincial and local levels understand the implications of their policy decisions for individuals. These three modules put together draw a picture of a group of public servants who are meant to interface with the people who elected them. Censorship, dismissiveness, and dramatic egress is not behavior fit for office and unbecoming to anyone in public service. This board closed its meetings to the public last year after removing from the agenda Linda Chin's motion to create a parent and trustee committee to review school library books. This was a request brought forward by her constituents. Simultaneously, 3 speakers were denied an opportunity to speak on that motion. I was one of them. Because the board closed its doors and its ears to the public, the ombudsman was contacted for an investigation. How could 10 trustees with 21 modules of training let this happen? The summary of his report identified that the public has continually expressed displeasure with this board's gender identity and expression policy. This policy states that a school should not disclose a student's gender identity, chosen name, or pronouns to the student's parent or guardian without the student's consent. Did you really expect parents to be silent about keeping secrets from them? Do you really believe you have authority over how parents raise their children? If this policy is a source of a problem, get rid of the policy. If inappropriate books have become a problem, get rid of the books.
Ms. Hamilton, you need to wrap up. Your time's...
The slightest amount of community engagement, conflict resolution, and advocacy could put these issues to rest. This podium is meant for dialogue, and we're going to keep coming back until changes are made in policy or in representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification from the trustees? Seeing none, the second speaker is Robin Ganem, speaking on board transparency. Ms. Ganem, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Robin Ganem. I am here to ask the school board about board transparency. Let me start with definitions and a couple of examples to determine what is transparency and what is lack of transparency. I looked up Google search of what is transparency. What does transparency mean? As an ethic that spans science, engineering, business, and humanities, transparency is operating in such a way that is easy for others to see what actions are performed. Transparency implies openness, communication, and accountability. What does lack of transparency mean? Situations where limited or inadequate disclosure or oneness regarding information related to decision-making processes and actions taken by, in this case, the school board. Students, parents, and other board members want to speak out about their concerns, questions, policies, and monies spent. And again, when we read what is lack of transparency, inadequate disclosure, and openness. We have too many concerns or topics that have been canceled. Under this definition, I believe the school board lacks transparency. Let me give you a couple of examples You tell me, transparent or lack of transparency? On your school board website, Greater Essex County District School Board, your claims of your survey, on your website, your survey, your climate survey, parents, guardians of students in grade JK to 8 can complete the survey with their child at home, while students in grade 9 to 12 will have an opportunity to complete the survey at school. Parents, guardians who do not want to participate in the census can let us know. The board did put out a news release, May 30th. You did put out a news release on May 30th. However, students were handed this survey at 3:05 p.m. Wednesday, May 29th, at an elementary school with no parents around or to be seen, with no parent guidance, no parent intervention. Not as stated on your website. Transparent or lack of transparency? I would say lack of transparency. Another example regarding transparency. You did inform that Friday, May 31st, was going to be the flag raising ceremony at the board's administration building, and you did inform that at all schools locations the flags will fly during June. As well, schools have events, activities, and additional dedications throughout the month. A list is available upon request, it said in this news release. However, no date or time or flag raising for the school's flag raising were notified, which you are very aware of. Parents want to know. They want transparency. So transparent or lack of transparency? Stated list of activities available upon request. May 30th, 4 p.m., phone message and email requesting that list from Scott. From Selena Hamilton, no response, not to this day. I also requested the list. I finally got a response back to Scott, and this is what his response was. List was to be made available upon request to members of our media, for which you do not qualify. Again, transparency or lack of transparency. If we are a parent, a grandparent, or a citizen, we have a right to that list. Parents did not have a list of the activities that were going to be going on. That was given to the media. How do we find that list? What do we know what's being presented? Again, transparency or lack of transparency. One last thing I want to sum up with. On the Greater Essex County website, Pride in Education rainbow picture, this is God's rainbow. His promise in Genesis 9:13. He sets his rainbow on the cloud. I remind you, pride comes before the fall. This board lacks transparency and it will fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for clarification? Nope. Seeing none, we'll move on to the third speaker, Mr. Palco, speaking on board governance bylaws. And Mr. Palco, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll set up here if you don't mind. Okay. I'm going to try and crouch a little. All right, yeah, my name is Jeremy Palco. I think you might remember me from a little while ago on May 21st. And so thank you for welcoming me back and all of us. You know, we're here, we want to talk and share, you know, our so-called lived experiences. One of them that I had was we had our mic cut that day. I'm speaking on board governance bylaws. So I have it here in my hand, just so that that's all very clear, and I'll be reading from it. It's dated March 19th, 2019. And the reason I have it here is because I was trying to find an answer to my question about speaking and board governance bylaws and how that applies, because I was directed to this document. And so when I was asking and inquiring as to what happened on May 21st, I was basically told that there's authority in this room to cut mics as you so choose, we'll say. My one question was, and I went looking for the answer myself because I don't believe I was given the answer, not satisfactorily. So my question was, just so everybody understands, could you please indicate where in the GECDSB governing documents it states that the chair or anyone on this board can dictate to a speaker how they will speak on their chosen topic, right? It seems like a fair question. So I started going through the document a little bit, and I won't read it all because there's 32 pages of it, but it does reference Robert's Rules of Order, which I think a lot of us are understand and are in the back of this book, and explains when you can give a point of order, which I believe Linda Chin's point of order call at that meeting on the 21st was actually in order. But also it says here, the role of individual trustees in Section 7, bringing concerns of parents, students, and the public to the attention of the board. Sometimes we do wonder if that's being done. And we have a serious concern about that. Hope you don't mind as I flip a little bit. But let's get to the section here. So in terms of trustee questions, they can be questions of clarification, which has been clarified for us before. But there's actually, it allows, interestingly, up to 15 minutes for each presentation, delegation, or speaker for there to be clarification had. So that's pretty generous. I don't think we use that up a lot, and sometimes it seems like it's cut a little bit short. But it'd be nice to have a little more exchange on these things and for us to be able to clarify ourselves. But let's get to the heart of what I was actually wanting to explain. Regarding the speakers list itself, in section 9, 50, 51, and 52, it reads, and this is all that I found. If you have more, I would be happy to hear it. Speakers list, section 950. A speaker on the speakers list is any person or group wishing to address the board or standing committee under any of these conditions. An item is not on the agenda of the meeting. Sounds pretty open. A person or group has not met the timeline to be placed on the published agenda as a delegation, or the maximum number of delegations has been reached for that meeting. Any person or group wishing to address the board will be required to sign up on the speakers list no later than 6:45. And then section 951 goes on. That's actually as part of it there. And then it ends, the speaker list is limited to 5 minutes, or the speaker is limited to 5 minutes, as we have the clock there. And then 952, the number of individual speakers or groups is limited to 6 per meeting unless an additional number are approved by a majority of trustees. And then it goes on in the back, in the appendix, it gives an agenda. And in section L, as we always see the speakers list in section L of the agenda, it references, all it says is, the speakers list is in accordance with the board governance bylaws 950, 951, and 952. So I'm at a loss for how it is that a speaker can be dictated to on how they will speak about their topic. And so that is really the crux of what I'm communicating here, is that we as speakers do want to know what it is that you consider to be sticking to our topic. Because when you give a speech, you always give a background to that speech. You always build up, right? You probably build up, then you give the punchline, and then you close. And that's what a speech is. But a lot of times we are cut right at the beginning, and we're not given a chance to actually get to that point, to understand what we're actually trying to communicate with you. And so because this is a school board, doesn't mean that we check our rights and freedoms at the door. From the Charter Fundamental Freedoms Section 2, everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. That does not stop because we cross the threshold of 451 Park Street. It continues. That applies to all of Canada. I know there's smirks happening right now in that chair over there, and you think it's funny. It's not funny. This is serious. This involves parents, kids.
Yep, Mr. Paul,
I understand. It involves parents, kids, and the public. And so what we're saying is when there's 300 complaints and when you have Ontario Ombudsman and thousands of petition signatures, that's because you have broken the public confidence and you need to listen. And I hope over the summer break you have a good reflection on what actually went down this year.
Thank you very much
for
your presentation. Do we have any questions for clarification? Trustee Burgess.
Question of clarification, you're referring to a 2019 version of our bylaws?
That's what's online. March 19th, 2019. I printed it right off of your site. If there's another version, be happy to see it. And if it explains better what's on the speakers list and, well, about the speakers list and how speakers are to speak on their topic.
Okay, we have newer bylaws.
Is it online?
The speaker was also referred to the Education Act.
And I did look at the Education Act as well.
As well as
the Education Act is huge. I went through it. There's nothing else in there.
And Robert's rules. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
No other questions?
Can I ask one question though? Can you please specify what it means to stick to the topic?
No. Thank you.
I guess that's a no.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. Trustee Armstrong?
Just wondering if the updated documents are not available, or are they available? I'm confused then.
I don't know. I used my printed copy. I don't know what's online.
Okay, could we check?
Sure, administration can talk. Sure. Okay, thank you. We're moving on to L1 is the approval of design in the budget for the new school in Lakeshore. Someone presenting? Okay. Okay. Welcome.
Hello, thank you very much. I don't often come here, but hello. It's my privilege to introduce the architects for the new school in Lakeshore. They will present today the design that we've come up with, along with the recommended budget. So Silvia Bernone and Diana McConey from Architectura will do a short presentation, and they'll be happy to answer questions afterwards.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm Dan Amiconi, one of the principals of Architectura Inc. Proud to bring you the new Lakeshore School design. So the first slide is a site plan of the proposed school. As you can see, there's along the top of the page, actually give you a little bit of orientation. To the right of the page is north, the left of the page is south, which is Girard. And then the bottom of the page is Rourke Line, and that's the east. And so, if you sort of look at the plan, the parking is situated on the west side and the south edge of the site. The west side will be the parking for Kiss and Ride, and the south side will be the parking for teachers and staff. In the middle of the building, or the middle of the site, is located the white region, which is the building. You'll see a little area, sort of dark gray to the north east, which is the asphalt play area, and I'll give you a little bit more detail as we go through the other continuous slides. And to the back of the site is the sports field. So one of the things that we sort of generally do when we plan schools, we sort of look at where the incoming traffic is going to be. This one here, we know that we have to sort of deal with bus drop off and fire route in terms of service vehicles and sort of fire route or fire vehicles. So what we propose is along the east side of the property is the entrance to the fire and bus drop off. And you'll see that it's separate and distinct from the vehicles for that reason, to keep a little bit more safety on site. You'll see in the red sort of circle is the area where it enters onto the site. There's a small little portion of site that touches Rourke Line. And then it sort of comes into the site, and you'll have immediately to the to the right edge of the lane is all the buses that would sort of be parked along the right edge to provide sort of access for students to drop them off into either the school, directly into the school, which are the blue circles, which are the entrance to the school from the bus, or directly north to the area where that shaded region, as I mentioned, for the asphalt play area or the sports field in the back. On the opposite side, again, separate and distinct, is the vehicle drop-off or the Kiss and Ride. So you'll see the red area or the red circle is basically the access from Girard. It leads into an area of about 50 some odd parking spaces for Kiss and Ride. You'll see that this one here is set up a little bit differently than maybe you've seen in the past. We've concepted this similar to a model that's been used at Queen Elizabeth in Leamington. That is basically you'll come up to the building and sort of park up to the building. Most parents will sort of access that parking space from that sort of laneway. What's better about this one is that you'll have a little bit better safety for children exiting the cars on either side rather than on a laneway. And then the children will be able to sort of come off that parking area and directly into the blue circles, which are the entrances to the school, or the blue circle to the right or to the back of the site into the sports area or into the play area, or directly into the area just north of adjacent to the parking for the kindergarten. Along that too is, like I mentioned, the parking for staff, and you'll see along the south along Gerard, you'll have access from Gerard directly into the staff area or the staff parking. Adjacent to that, you'll have in the blue circles there, the denoted entrance points to the administration and to the other sort of opposite side of the school for staff to enter. And then you'll see the red circle there as the entrance from the Gerard. There's a couple areas there that we've denoted that we need to sort of accommodate for stormwater management, and that is just in terms of smaller depressed areas of the site to sort of catch water for the purposes of stormwater management. And you can see that we keep it in an area that is separate and distinct from the play area and from the play zones in the sort of the north area of the site or the back of the site. We've also thought out in terms of how the access for students would be if they're arriving by, pedestrians going to walk into school. So as you can see off of Rourke Line, there's that access point. We'll have a separate and distinct kind of a sidewalk that leads from Rourke Line that directs students directly into either the play area in the back or the blue circles, which are the entrance to the school. Now, the other, on the opposite side too, along Gerard, you can see there's also separate and distinct access points for pedestrians walking to school, either from the east edge is from the bottom of the page or from the west edge from the top of the page. And you'll see that you'll be able to have a direct access from a sidewalk entering through the, like adjacent to the pathway for cars that kind of enter the kiss and ride adjacent to that and sort of enter the school site via a sidewalk that sort of leads all the way to the back. In terms of the floor plan, you can see it's a two-story school. It's a two-story concept because of the size and sort of the nature of the school site. We've concepted this one in terms of providing sort of the administration, and I'll get through a little bit more in detail. You'll see in terms of what zones they kind of offer, but basically the administration and office areas to the left of the page near the front entrance. And the heart of the school is basically all the classrooms. The kindergarten are to the top of the page so that it would be adjacent, so we can have adjacency to the kiss and ride. And then we have the gym towards the back of the school. The administration, as I mentioned, towards the front of the school, sort of separate and distinct, kind of giving sort of entrance to the from the parking zone directly into the school. And you can see we've kind of concepted the kind of T-shaped version of the shape of the school to kind of maximize surveillance from, a couple of vantage points within the school, sort of to really maximize what's happening, down to have a look down what's happening down the corridors for maximum surveillance. As I mentioned, along the one edge, along the kiss and ride, we have the kindergarten area. So we have 4 kindergarten classrooms that are sort of also aligned in direct access to that play area just immediately to the north of where the kindergarten zone is. We have the gymnasium along with the corresponding storage as well as the change rooms to the back of the school. That's sort of immediate access to the sports and play area in the back. And then we have the library, the music room, and the teachers, sort of the staff area, all in sort of separate quadrants. But again, just to sort of provide key locations in terms of access points from stairs, as well as access to, adjacent to administration for a staff room, to provide, again, good adjacencies to the sort of the areas for staff within the school. In terms of the concept of the school, we've also kind of provided some regular classrooms or standard classrooms on the main floor. And you can see here we provided 5 for the purpose of providing at least, accommodate grades 1, 2s, and possibly 3. Again, the smaller kids will likely not sort of, go up the stairs to the second floor. So we sort of provided some, classrooms on the main floor for that purpose. And then we also have the special needs area, 2 classrooms devoted to that with a centralized kind of washroom and kind of snoozling room, again, on the main floor, adjacent to outside space that's kind of, separated from the other play zones for, to keep the sort of the noise down. And then we sort of look at it in terms of the design of the school as well. One thing that this really provides us is good access points to the play area in the back. So as you can see, some of the arrows along the top of the page are basically the arrows that sort of exit the kindergarten room directly into the play zones for kindergarten. The ones along the lower sort of right, those exits from the stairwells for from a two-story concept, basically having access points from the stairs to direct students on the second floor directly into the play zone. This is the second floor, and the second floor is the remainder of all the classrooms. Basically all the the remainder of the program classrooms, and then all the sort of some of the service spaces, as well as some of the electrical and sort of remaining kind of adjacent kind of staff areas. On the exterior of the school, what we've done is to sort of, this is a view looking from the entrance of the parking area along the west edge. So to the right edge, you'll see in white there, you'll see a separate and distinct kind of resident, or the administration area. And then it's the two-story school sort of is the body in the back. It kind of steps up from Girard and provides a little bit of freedom. So it's not so towering as sort of along Girard. But again, you can see sort of the access to all the kiss and drop parking along that side. And then the kindergarten zone is just adjacent to that. A little bit more blow up along the kindergarten zone. You can see there's, areas for hard surface, soft surface. There'll be areas for providing a little bit of canopy, away from sun, and then some seating areas around. And you can see some of those, the doors that sort of lead in from the kindergarten zone or kindergarten classrooms directly into the kindergarten play area. This is a sort of a slide view of the bus drop-off coming in from Rourke Line. It sort of wraps around, and there's an entrance point to the left there to the administration area. And then to the back area, you can see the fenced off area where the sports fields and everything is. This is the northeast quadrant of the site, looking at the asphalt play zone for students. And then you can see it was sort of the adjacent to the gymnasium, as well as all the access points from the school, like I mentioned, from the stairwells directly into that area. You'll see the boundary of the fence line that sort of surrounds that area for safety. And then lastly, just a slide sort of looking in from the northwest corner along the kiss and ride area. And you can see to the far left is the area access to the sports area in the back. And then the access to the entranceways, not only from the side as well as from the principal administration in the front. And that's my presentation.
Thank you. Questions from trustees? Trustee Burgess?
Thanks, Madam Chair. If I could ask some questions through you, because I'm still having a hard time visualizing. The kindergarten zone, the outside area, I'm looking on your, I guess your site plan. Yeah, I'm looking at your site plan. So the area adjacent to the student drop-off, and I think I saw it. I don't know if it's, I'm assuming it's behind a fence or something, but is there any grassed area there? Is that all asphalt? Does the part that has access to the kindergarten area?
Yes, there is. So the one slide here, you can see to the far left, there's a little bit of a grass area there just beyond the canopied area. It's got a little bit hard. It's probably more distinct in this version
I didn't see the
here.
green. I didn't see anything. There is a grassed area.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Right here. I don't see it on different page.
Thank you very much. Just to clarify, this is the new design for FDK. So we spent the last year working with principals to come up with a plan for full-day kindergarten play areas. When we first initially implemented full-day kindergarten, we decided grassed areas were awesome. Well, no. They become mud pits because 50 kids walking around them, it so didn't work. a lot of schools started with their fundraising to actually put turf areas. So we worked with the principals over the past year, and we've designed a full-day kindergarten play area that has a turf green field, a bike trail, adequate storage, and shade. And this is the first time we're going to be implementing it. So it's not grass per se for a specific reason.
So turf, you mean artificial turf?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. And thanks for the presentation. My main concern and this is something that I heard from the public, was around the student drop-off area. I kind of I don't see it very much as a kiss and ride, because you can't continue on. It does say in the plans here, student drop-off 40 spaces. Are we at all concerned about that becoming clogged in the morning? I've seen different kiss and ride versions. I've seen a lot of variations, and not having an out on the end there just said to me, oh, this is not going to be good. And I'm just curious if admin had thought about that in their planning. Yes.
Juliana, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a new concept. It was something that we tried with the municipality of Leamington at Queen Elizabeth. So in Queen Elizabeth, it's actually a cul-de-sac. It's a dead-end street, and it is working beautifully. Parents naturally started backing the cars into the spots, and kids now can access both sides of the car without ever having to go into any traffic. And I would strongly encourage anyone who wishes to get the experiential thing is to either go see it at Queen Elizabeth or speak to the principal there. They've been very happy. The parents have been very happy with it. And because of it's different for sure, but because of the fact that we can fit more cars, we can't get parents to allow their children to walk. This probably takes 2 times more cars than a traditional laneway thing. And it has worked out really well. I don't anticipate clogging. I think people are going to fill it up an hour before because they all want to get their spot. One of the things that we had to demonstrate to the municipality of Lakeshore is that we're not going to have congestion on the street. That's their biggest concern here, is that if we just have the regular 20 cars, they're going to stack on the street. And there's already a lot of concern in the community about this school going here and other developments around it. So they want to make sure that we can manage cars on our property. So this is our best attempt. It is extendable. If it's not long enough, it is extendable towards the north, that we can add more spots if we have to. The fact that it is so adjacent to the playground is a benefit. The fact that children from FDK parents could stop, park the car, walk the children in, which was not possible on a kiss and ride. So we're willing to test it twice.
As a quick supplemental, thank you for that. That's actually really helpful. My follow-up question is, do you anticipate a lot of walkers from the area, or is it more of an area that you would drive to? I don't know the area at all very well.
Unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure the boundary study has been completed yet, so I don't think there is a definitive so many walkers to the east, so many walkers to the west. There is one spot where they do have to cross the lane of traffic for the kiss and ride. That's absolutely true. We were very careful to design it so that every car traffic has to stop. It's like a pedestrian crossing. And I suspect in the morning kiss and ride and in the afternoon kiss and ride time that it would be manned by staff and supervised so that children could safely cross. That is the one spot. Anyone going to the east can bypass everything and just go straight on to Girard And then there is, as this community takes over the school, there is always the opportunity for crossing guards and things like there is, I think, down the road at the Catholic school down the road, there's a crossing guard. That's something the school principal and the municipality will have to work towards warranting. Okay?
Student Trustee Pine?
Through you, Madam Chair, just on the kiss and ride, I really like this idea. I was at an elementary school 4 years ago that had the standard kiss and ride, and I think this is a lot better of an idea because when you have just that one lane, if a parent goes to get out, then there's congestion and then everyone gets frustrated. You hear a lot from parents that they don't like kiss and rides because it gets congested and they're stuck back waiting and people don't pull up far enough. So with this, you kind of alleviate that because you have access to all the entrances in different spots, and I think it will work just fine.
Do you have any other questions from trustees? Okay, Trustee Sipkar, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Am I missing it? Is there no childcare rooms or spaces in this school?
No,
Sorry.
there's not.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we work closely with the child care manager with the City of Windsor who manages all the child care. And this area certainly doesn't warrant child care because there's so much offering in this area that she couldn't support child care in this particular site.
This isn't the first school that you've done for us, and I think the design looks great. Is that going to be the color scheme that we see in here? Because it just looks great, modern and bright. So thank you for that. And are there any other questions from trustees before we have to approve this? So I'm looking for a motion. The recommendation as printed. Trustee Buckler, supported by Trustee McKinley. I'm not going to read out the motion, but it's to approve, subject to the ministry approval, the construction plans and the budget for the new school in Lakeshore. All those in support? Unanimous. That's carried. That's very exciting. Thank you very much. Thank you. The next is the Ontarians with Disabilities Act plan for 2024-25. This is an annual item. It's on pages 34 to 39 in your budget package, moved by Trustee Buckler, supported by Trustee Cook. Are there any questions on the plan? No. Okay, all those in support? Any opposed? No, that's carried. L3, pages 40 to 42, short-term financing of capital projects. We require a motion on this for borrowing. Trustee Buckler, Trustee Cook, are there any questions? Okay, all those in support? That's carried. Thank you very much. We're now moving to reports to be received, and the first is the report of the Director of Education.
Thank you. So it's amazing how quickly the school year has flown by. It's so hard to believe that it's already past the middle of June. The past month has been really eventful, filled with many, 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 many ministry announcements and some heartfelt closing ceremonies of our schools as we prepare for the fall opening of Beacon Heights Public School and Erie Migration District School. Numerous celebrations honoring our staff retirements, champions of education, service awards, and our student graduations. The Ontario government is modernizing the Ontario secondary school diploma requirements, and this is the first time that this has happened in the last 25 years. There was launching of consultation with parents, job creators, educators, and stakeholders on what skills students need to be better prepared for a life beyond the classroom through the reintroduction of modernized home economics education, as well as a mandatory financial literacy module, and an assessment that all secondary school students will need to be successful on in order to receive their secondary school diploma. And we'll bring more information in the fall once we have that solidified of what that looks like. The ministry is issuing policy program memorandum number 170, where school board communication with parents, which will outline the requirements and provides direction to school boards on specifically communication related to parents to strengthen the service standards and ensure consistent and reliable information is made available to parents across the province. Starting in 2024-2025 school year, school boards will be required to provide parents with information to support active engagement in their child's education, develop and comply with protocols setting out standards for acknowledging and responding to parent inquiries, and it also includes that there's some specific timelines that staff must return communication back to parents. The Ontario government is investing a total of $7.6 million in the Greater Essex County District School Boards, Glenwood Public School and Roseland Public School, as announced by Andrew Dowie, the MPP for Windsor-Tecumseh. More specifically, the GECDSB will receive $3.7 million to support the creation of 184 new student spaces at Glenwood Public School and $3.9 million to support the creation of 184 spaces at Roseland Public School. Alongside Superintendent Chris Mills, Joe Bell, Todd Allender, Carrie Bryant, Shelley Dubin, Shelley Armstrong, Raquel Roberts, Dr. Claire Howitt, and Cruz Boulay, we kicked off the All-Star Miracle League Day at the Amherstburg Miracle Diamond. The events throughout the month were filled with joy, laughter, and shared love for the game of baseball, and they also hosted some events at the Riverside Miracle Park as well. GECDSB students took part in the 19th Annual Student Digital Photography Exhibition at the Gibson Gallery for primary kindergarten to grade 3, junior grade 4 to grade 6, intermediate 7 to 9, and seniors 10 to 12. Students were invited to submit photos in 3 different category themes: color, nature, black and white, which was technology, and digitally enhanced, a portrait or an individual. And you can view all of the winners. They are all there for you to see on our website. These were just a few of them. We had the joy of honoring the shining stars of the Greater Essex County District School Board through our Excellence in Service Awards and celebrating our Champions of Education, Years of Service, Outstanding Service recipients. Heartfelt support from the families, the friends, the co-workers, and the community made it evident that each individual truly deserves the recognition that they received that evening. Congratulations to all of our recipients, and a special thank you to Walkerville, who hosted the event for us, managed the lighting, the sound, the technology, and showcased the students' talents throughout pre-show performances. A display of community was evident as we bid our final goodbyes to DM Eagle, Jack Minor, and Kingsville Public Schools, and Kingsville District High Schools. We're very excited to open the doors to the students in the fall at both of the new schools within both of those 2 communities. Students, attendees had the chance to glimpse into the future of robotics at GCDSB Robotics Showcase, which was hosted at St. Clair College, and the event was a day of curiosity, inspiration, as students and community partners explored cutting-edge innovations in robotics and technology industries. Trustee Sipkar and Trustee Nelson had the pleasure of accompanying MPP Andrew Dowie on a school visit as part of Take Your MPP to School Day. Principal Josh Canty of Walkerville and Teresa Angelo of Bagley warmly welcomed the MPP and the trustees to showcase the incredible programs that our students participate in. Highlights of the tour included a sneak peek at Out of This World, a performance by WCCA Instrumental, and the Walkerville Student Parliament members engaged MPP Dowie in discussions about enacting changes in their hallways, visiting the kindergarten and the ESL classrooms at Bagley, and learning about the breakfast program, viewing the beautiful library that celebrates diversity and inclusion through every bookshelf and every art piece. Jill of all trades, the high school students from across GECDSB, female students, and myself all attended the Jill of all trades event at St. Clair College, and they had the opportunity to participate in hands-on trade-focused workshops, whether they were in motive power, industrial, or construction. was amazing what Jill of On Trades gave the students. They all got a backpack. They all received a bunch of different things from them, as well as T-shirts. All of the students had on work boots with steel toe. It was absolutely incredible to see all of the things that the students received. This safe and engaging learning environment allowed for the students to explore the possibilities of potentially a career pathway in the skilled trades as a female, while working with female mentors and also engaging with faculty at the college. Throughout GECDSB, Pride Month is being commemorated through various activities, from flag-raising ceremonies to assemblies, exploring kindness through artistic expression, and our students are fostering a welcome and inclusive environment for everybody. On Monday, June 3rd, we hosted the GECDSB Scholarship and Bursary Celebration, a beautiful evening honoring the many hardworking and deserving recipients, and we wish each and every one of the recipients best of luck in their continued studies and their future endeavors. Superintendent Allwender had the pleasure of visiting Pelee Island Public School. As the only school on a small island in Lake Erie, our students gain very hands-on experiential learning within a very interactive community, both human and natural. The community continues to flourish. We're thrilled to announce an increase in our registration at Pelee Island School. We have 23 students in the elementary panel, and we have 5 students in our secondary, record-breaking enrollment. Sandwich Secondary offered a glimpse around the world with an incredible night celebrating the school's many cultures through song, through dance, through activities, and learning booths, all student-run. Fun was certainly had by all the Hugh Beaton Fun at the Hugh Beaton Fun Fair. Students had the chance to dress up as their favorite characters. They played games, and they enjoyed the beautiful weather, not nearly as hot as it is today. Northwood organized a delightful multicultural night for their students, for the families, and the community. The halls were adorned with artifacts, attire, and decorations representing a very rich tapestry of cultures that we find within the school. Last week, we honored the exceptional staff members who will embark on their life's next chapter, retirement. Words cannot fully convey how much the dedication is appreciated from the GECDSB and how you have so positively impacted our students and everyone fortunate enough to work with them. We wish you all the best in this new phase of your journey. On Friday, I had the privilege of attending the Indigenous student graduation. Keynote speaker, Crystal Shawanda, beautifully expressed, "You are the future of the Indigenous people." The room brimmed with joy and with pride, making a truly inspiring moment for all of us. And I know I've participated in many, many things this year and been very grateful to be able to do that. And I will have to say, excuse me, the Indigenous student graduation probably is one of the highlights. With a couple weeks left in the month, we'll continue to celebrate and observe cultural moments and days in June. Coming up this week, we have Juneteenth, World Refugee Day, and the first day of summer. As we all look forward to summer, I encourage all of you and everybody else to take time to relax, to recharge, enjoy company of family and friends. Let's return in the fall with a renewed energy and renewed enthusiasm, ready to build on the foundations that we've laid together this year. Thank you, truly thank you, for your continued support this first year as the director, and I look forward to what next year is going to bring for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Great report. And it has been a busy month. Thank you for highlighting all the great things that happened this month. Do we have any questions of the director's report? Seeing none. Then, yep, thank you. Next is the report of the OPSPA director. That would be Trustee Sipkar.
Sure, I will keep it short as there hasn't been a meeting since our last board meeting, but I did want to announce that we do have our upcoming OPSPA AGM alongside the School Board Association, the Canadian School Board Association Congress, where myself and Trustee Burgess will be going to participate in those meetings. And as part of that, we will be electing a new president of our association. And so on that note, I really would like to thank Kathy Abraham, who some of you may have met, but others of you, she might be a face in the news. She really was a passionate and excellent advocate over the last however many years of her. 6? Okay, I was going to say 8, but 6 years. And so we're grateful for her service and advocacy. It's also an interesting time because there's a new Minister of Education, and we will have a new president. So there will be a time of new relationship building, and I look forward to the discussion at the AGM around those 2 items. So nothing else on that front unless there's questions.
Trustee Burgess?
Just a point for information, I believe Trustee Chin and Trustee Buckler are also registered for CSBA AGM.
I just wanted to suggest that perhaps our board would like to send a letter thanking Kathy for her services all these years and wish her well.
That would be great. Yep, I would welcome that.
You write that? Okay, thanks. Okay. M3 is a very long report on energy conservation and demand management plan for 2024 to 2028, pages 43 to 72 in your board package. Is there a presentation on this? No. So if you have questions, we'll try to answer them now, or you could always forward them by email. Trustee Burgess?
Do you have any questions? Put your hand up. Okay. We don't have anything in the budget for weather contingencies, etc. Is that based on anything actuarial or just really a roll of the dice?
Or a roll of the budget deficit?
That's you, Madam Chair. A roll of the dice. We unfortunately last year went out to tender for snow removal, and it was not pretty. And we paid for it with the budget, and we have to account for that going forward. I used to have a weather contingency just in case, but that is gone. So yes, it is a definite risk to the board for sure.
It's not the only item like that in the budget, so are there any other questions? Trustee Sipkar?
Thank you. I noticed, I'm just thinking about the HVAC systems that are operating for an extended period of time. It didn't jump out at me, but there, where this number was, but it did say it increases the overall energy intensity. I'm just curious how, and I'm not even sure what the question is. I'm just curious how that extension, if we're going to be continuing that in the new budget year, and how much of an impact it is on our plan.
The Ministry of Education was fairly clear at the beginning of the last school year on ventilation and operating hours of ventilation, and we've adhered to that, which is why instead of seeing a 2% reduction in energy usage, we only saw a 0.81 in this past year. It definitely has an impact because you're running more motors, you're bringing in more air that has to be conditioned, and that all takes energy. We used to run it a fraction of what the ministry is asking us to do now. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's going to impact the utility budget. And with all the pressures on the utilities and utility costing, we continue to strive to implement infrastructure changes and renovations and occupant behavior changes just to try to mitigate the rise in costs. And that's all we're trying to do. So yeah, that you can see it right there, that it's had a definite impact for sure.
I don't see any more questions, so thank you very much for providing us with that report. Next, we have the update on our climate action plan, pages 73 to 84 in your
package. Do we have any questions on that report? Seeing none, again, thank you to the staff who prepared the update. And item M5 now is the chair's report. And I do have a report for tonight. The first item listed there, the Ombudsman's reports and the Ombudsman's letter. I committed to presenting those tonight at our public meeting. And I do have some prepared remarks. So, the past year, our board came under investigation by the Ontario Ombudsman, who is responsible for investigating complaints about public sector bodies for the purpose of ensuring accountability and transparency. With respect to school boards specifically, the Ombudsman has the authority to carry out impartial and independent reviews, as well as investigations concerning administrative conduct and complaints about board meetings, that's meetings of the Board of Trustees, or a committee of the board. In our case, there were two different issues concerning board meetings and decisions of the Board of Trustees. This past Friday, the final reports on each of these matters were released. The Ombudsman, Paul Dubé, concluded that based on a thorough investigation and review by his office, there was no evidence of wrongdoing by the board. In the first matter, a complaint was made about meetings held by the school board in private sessions on June 6th and June 20th of 2023, as well as the board's decision to temporarily limit in-person attendance by the public at board meetings due to safety concerns. The lengthy investigation and report concluded that the discussions held during the in-camera private session meetings fit within the Educations Act regarding open meeting exceptions. Further, the report concluded that there was no wrongdoing when the decision was made to temporarily close board meetings to in-person attendance. The report commended the steps taken by the school board to quickly resume in-person public attendance once a safety plan was in place. The second issue was about the board's process for naming the new kindergarten to grade 12 school located in Kingsville, as well as private session meetings held in February, March, and April of 2024. The Ombudsman's office conducted a detailed review of the complaints and confirmed that the board acted in accordance with all board policies, regulations, and the governance bylaws with respect to naming the new school. In addition, the review concluded that there was no wrongdoing during the in-camera private session meetings. The full reports have been included in the board package for tonight's meeting, so all trustees have the reports, and they're now also available on the website of the Ontario Ombudsman. I can tell you that I'm very pleased that there were no findings of wrongdoing, and we can now put these complaints behind us. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So the last part of my report, it's now the end of the school year, and it marks the first year with our new director, Director Houston, and several new superintendents comprising our senior team. This year has not been without its challenges, and I would say also a heavy workload. But I've seen Director Houston meet it all head on with firmness, fairness, and determination. The senior team has likewise met the challenges in serving the needs of our students and our staff, and I am grateful for their dedication. I know that the director and superintendents have been supported by an amazing crew of staff helping with the heavy lifting.
It has been encouraging to me to be able to also witness how much Director Houston is welcomed and respected throughout our system. And I will not forget her early words of wisdom to me that, to quote, doing the right thing is hard. Director Houston is always front and center of doing what is right for students, even though it is not always an easy path. To all of our staff, your commitment to our school board in whatever capacity you serve is always most appreciated by trustees. To those who are ending their career with the end of this school year, I wish them, on behalf of the trustees, much happiness in their retirement as they now move into a new 7-day weekend. And to everyone else, to our students and our staff, I wish everybody a safe and happy summer. And as that song goes, see you in September. That is the end of my official report, but just to comment to trustees that we have one outstanding item of business that requires a special board meeting, so you're going to hear from me to set up that meeting before the end of the month. So stay tuned. And that ends my report. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. No? Thank you. Then, sorry, Trustee Sipkar?
I was going to ask this during trustee question period, but I think it's more appropriate at this moment, simply because one of our speakers brought up tonight our bylaws. And there was a debate of the newest version, but then I remembered we're also undergoing that, which I believe you're chairing, Trustee Hatfield. So I was just curious if you had an update as to when we could expect a suggested revision of bylaws, if you had that.
I thought I did, but
I could be
okay, but
missing it.
I'll tell you anyway again. So the bylaw review committee met a couple of times with our legal Sheila McKinnon, because she helps provide guidance with regard to bylaws, and it was determined that she was going to help with the revisions, but it was easier for her to create a whole new document than to do the strikeout. And she's had a heavy workload and is hoping to work with the bylaw committee again during the summer to get that going. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. Trustee question period. Do we have any questions for this meeting? Sure, Trustee Sipkar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. This comes up every year at this time during 90 to 95 degree heat outside. And of course, I've gotten emails around indoor temperatures being very high at the end of the year. I was just wondering if our administration could comment on any sort of policy or procedure that schools are expected or able to undertake when the temperature gets too hot in certain classrooms or certain parts of the school, and what schools without air conditioning are able to offer in those situations.
Juliana?
Through you, Madam Chair. Our extreme weather policy is pretty clear on what to do in these kind of instances. Encourage, close the blinds, try to not do extraneous activities outside. There's bottle fill stations everywhere. We made sure those were all there. If there's issues, to use cooling centers like libraries, etc. A lot of schools now are either fully air conditioned or have conditioned air. So there is less and less problems, but yes, it still continues to be. And so we send that message out to schools every year at this time, especially during this unprecedented heat wave. Also, we did go back to regular temperatures now, or set points. And I think the fact that we because of the ventilation, we run air conditioning longer. Hopefully helps as well.
Any other questions? No? Any notices of motion for this meeting? No? Any announcements for this meeting? No? Okay, then we have come to the end of our approved agenda. So I'm going to thank everyone for their time today. I'm going to declare the meeting adjourned, and I'll be in touch with regard to the unfinished business. Thank you very much.